1 point each. That was the fixture versus Wanderers. Rain came for the third time. That proved quite decisive, where umpires didn't get the covers out soon enough, and then there wasn't enough help for the groundsmen. No help at all for the groundsmen actually getting the covers out there. And so we had good weather pretty much for the rest of the day. The pitch was well damaged and unable to facilitate proper cricket. And so with tight scheduling, there was no replay possible, we were told. So 1 point each. And that was the first match of the season. The Academy Saints have played 6-1-6. So UWI, top of the standing. But for sure, this is their meanest test. And I actually thought that Empire was going to be pretty much the team to beat. But UWA has proven that they are. They have actually beaten Empire as well. And so, unique clash today. Hazy type of day. We've got cricket at Kensington Oval. And we're told we're at number 2 venue in Barbados for cricket in this UWI, University of the West Indies. And they do have a lovely program going. See the kids busily working away in the Malcolm Marshall nets. And then we got the littlest one here. I've got Daddy, where I want him. Oh, wrapped around my fingers. My finger, yes. Very small little one. Good afternoon. And you are? Jay. All right. Greeting from a very pleasant young man, Jay. He's come over to greet the boys and welcome them to his neck of the woods. Jay, he says his name is. And we have Micaiah Simmons taking the first ball there from Johan Lane. And he left it along outside the line of the off stump. So, Micaiah Simmons, very big 100 against Holders Hill. At Holders Hill. Named the Desmond Haynes Complex. Although that name is synonymous with Carlton and their young lions. So, Johan Lane from the southern end. And there's Simmons pushing comfortably into the offside. Quite difficult to see the ball, or is it my eyes that are aging? But it is a bit of a hazy day, and that one hit the middle of the bat quite solidly. Kimani Richardson moving from that short at Chicago position to his right, and when he took it, I had to wait to see if there was going to be a cheer because I couldn't see the ball actually hitting the ground. But it's not a very huge bouncing surface here at UWI, so Lane. And this one does bounce beautifully going past the outside edge of Micaiah Simmons. Almost said shit in Simmons, so it's going to be a little bit of a tongue tie-in today. And well, my commentary hasn't been that focused in a sense. I've been quite busy doing all sorts of other stuff, and so there's some weird stuff going out. But the cricket's taking precedent for sure. Mary, how are you? Yes, and young Zaire is asking me if I want to get a better, I think I need to get a better view anyway of what the proceedings. I can maybe go up to the commentary booth, the Tim Hector Media Center, and that's where our commentary or cameras positioned today. So testing stuff, that beautiful lift and delivery going past the outside edge of Micaiah Simmons' bat, and here comes Johan Lane. And this is the genuine edge, and it goes wide of the man at that wide third slip. So it's pretty much into that gap there, 2 slips and a wide third slip, or 2 slips and a 4th slip, 4th, 2nd and 4th slip, and a gully. Micaiah Simmons, they push on the off stump a little tentatively. Outside edge found, but quite wide of Jaden Roberts, sorry. Now we're seeing a bit of a drift, and there's a few change, and there's going to be 3 slips, and that gully has come a whole lot finer. So gullies now is coming where that ball has actually been edged. So instead of We now have 3 slips and a 5th slip. New batsman, not close enough to the scores to tell a new batsman. I think this will be, Achilles Brown, that's it. A young man that is quite vocal. He would come. UWI finished their games a little early. He comes over to find the Academy's game, and he gives me a rundown of the scores. He's also been very interested to see the stats, which unfortunately haven't been posted as yet. And we're into the 8th round of games at the moment. Our statistician has been quite busy, unfortunately so. I haven't been privy to seeing the scores in the newspapers either. So that's something that we will be trending to do. This is our 3rd season. And in the first year we had 6 teams, 2018. In 2019 we had 8 teams. We've been bolstered by another 2 teams here in 2020. 10 teams playing the competition this year, round robin, and then we will have a semi-final and final, top 4 places. UWI have already secured their place as one of those 4. Right now they're top of the standings, and they've got a maximum available points, 28 points from 7 matches, and it's Jaden Leacock with a new ball from the northern end. And Simmons comes down very heavily on that one, full-length delivery, and plays it out in the offside. Back down the pitch, actually, to the bowler. So there will be a bit of a challenge. Okay, Simmons has been in good form, but he's got a big 100 at Holders-Hill, and then he's had a couple of 20s, very low-scoring match last week at Hoyts Village. UWI playing Pickwick using Hoyts Village as their home ground for the CCL, the Community Cricket League of Barbados under 16 competition. Leacock from the north. And Simmons again covering the off stump beautifully, and this time he plays it into the onside. Jaden Leacock, youngster that's very much on the West Indies juniors books. Barbados not selecting him on the 19 setup, but West Indies came for him and had him at the camp, looking at him for their World Cup. He's very much a part of the in vogue with the West Indies for sure. Young man with a lot of ability. And this one was wide, and Simmons having flash at that. He's not intimidated. Leacock has been the one really that's generated a lot of pace, and he's also got a couple of victims over the last couple of years. And Simmons was with the Academy for a while, coming straight from West Terrace. Toured with the Academy on a couple of occasions to England. And he saw other pastures. And this one is driven at and is off the outside half of the bat, very late, picking that ball up and it's overthrown, and nobody in position for the overthrow. All right, so a lot of direction going there. Hope that direction has come from the direction of their coaching over the last few years, but young men at this crucial stage where everything is clocking in and you want them to continue, and so we're very happy to the sponsors of this competition for coming on board and helping the young men to expound on something positive. And Simmons driving, oh, beautifully, and this ball is running away to the offside, and that is 4 runs. Lovely off drive there by Mackay Simmons. The one before came off the outside half of the bat and went over the gully. Picked up very late by the young man at that 3rd man position. Is that Zion Brathwaite? And it is a very hazy day, so that actually shows me with the young eyes out there that I'm not that bad in the sense, because Brathwaite didn't pick a ball up until it was well halfway towards him, and there were thoughts of a 3rd. But they were quickly put out of mind, but then the next ball driven to the offside for 4. And Leacock not getting it right this time. Pulling the length back, but getting this ball way too wide. And that's a running take by Tyrell Farley to retrieve that one. So 7 runs counted on the board. So actually 9, there are 2 extras. So 7 runs off the bat, and those 2 wides by Jaden Leacock. Leacock to Simmons. Oh, back of a length, and this one's Simmons shaping to play, decided it was a little bit wide of the off stump, took the bat back, and it carried through to the keeper very, very low. So Johan Lane has gotten a bit of bounce from the southern end, and he's tall, very tall, much taller than Leacock. Jaden Leacock probably standing about 5'9", maybe 10. And Lane standing about 6'4", wide and going wider. And Leacock right now not getting his rhythm and feel right. It was a lot of energy in the nets yesterday, and so I'm expecting that the boys hit their straps. He will know not to overpitch to Simmons, Machias Simmons. But he's a young man that is not fearful of pitching the ball up, in that he's got good pace, and he's actually challenged himself to bowl at the stumps, and then he's got a good bounce as well. And there was Simmons fishing at that one, taking the bat back a little bit late. Looks like some outswing because Tyrell Farley having to dive away to his right, and he didn't grab it cleanly, and I think it was cleaned up by Devon Stevenson at first slip. So good morning to the original Snow Bear, Patrick Leacock. Not seeing him in any patriotic colors today, don't know. But he's making sure he's here to see his young man and the academy perform. We say good morning to Mr. Keith Branch. No, very much stalwarts with us. Keith Branch having ex-superintendent, and he has a charge of Joshua Eastman. Good morning. And so we got that 3 slips and I would say 5.5 slip. And so there's a gap between that 5.5 slip and the backward point, and this one is turned square, back with a square. Aaron Weeks comes off the boundary, a lot of time to run to his right. At the attempted Yorker there from Lane, or was it an attempted Yorker? He's looking back at the crease now as though maybe he slipped a little bit, but this is one was full, pretty much on middle of the leg, and turned behind square by Machias Simmons, by Achilles Brown. For 2, I'll be saying good morning to Mary. Oh, that's an absolute jaffa there. Achilles Brown coming across, trying to get behind that ball. It lifted and left him, squared him up. And he was happy after that glance back not to feel or heard a little nick onto the gloves. But that was lovely bounce there from Johan Lane, beating Achilles Brown outside the off stump, and a very proper carry through to the keeper. As we say good morning, yes, to Mr. Keith Branch. Johan Lane. And he's back on that length again, and it's the same result. Oh, those are so beautiful to watch. And those are big man balls, you call them. Lift and left on top of the off stump. Brown trying to cover, looking for the fuller length first of all. The back of the length ball pushes him back, and then trying to cover it. Found that the ball is going past, coming towards his right shoulder, shifting, and when he gets there, it's gone a little bit further. And he's happy to have missed that one yet again. So no score on the scoreboard. So the account can walk 2 extras, and so we have something in the teens. I'm going to get closer to the score. The fares that going into the score comfortably left this time by Brown. Going into the scores, you get the feel that you're behind some very thick glass, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a reception from my roving microphone. But the Franklin Stevenson Academy, patron this year by the Arbibs, Sir Martin and Sally. Thank you all. Thank you, Sir Martin, for coming on board. I know you're very proud of your team. Aggrieved that team pretty much not at least joint leaders, because we couldn't do anything about UWI's rise, having won all their games. But I understand that he's got a little bit of a pet peeve of the rained out match and the 1 point. But these days, with the shortage of cricket grounds in Barbados, you might feel we've had a few teams not being able to play at home. And then we're having different teams as well. It's been a bit of a challenge, but laying a slow output. Oh, and this is beautifully bowled yet again. Mukai Simmons is the one this time that's beaten on that off stump, and this one not taken cleanly by Farley. Looked to be pretty much a regulation take at one stage, and then pouched out of his hands, and he's got a little bit of a weird glove action at times where his fingers are pointing at the ball rather than down to the ground, and that at times can cause some serious problems if that ball doesn't go straight in, then it hits the tip of the fingers. And I think he had one challenge, but that was actually the thumb. But if you point the fingers down to the ground, it could still actually hit the thumb. But all's well that ends well. That one wasn't gloved cleanly, and I don't see any big shaking of the... Actually, he does have the gloves off at the moment. So we had a change of bowling. I think that the run-up may be not suitable to Leacock at the moment, and so early bowling change. Gone for the 4th over, Jaden Roberts. Beautifully bowled there by Jaden Roberts. After the first delivery down the leg side, he's now found his line and now his length, going past the outside edge of young Achilles Brown there, and he's doing all sorts of rehearsals. Not so sure he's come up with a plan of how he should have played that one. But Roberts very happy that he's cleared fit by the doctor to bowl again down the leg side, and that will bring another signal from the umpire, signals that it's an extra run going on to the scorebook again. So a very tall young man yet again, Jaden Roberts. All-rounder. And then the academy team boasting quite a few all-rounders, but Roberts was behind the order, and this one is tucked into the onside. Call for a single, and it will be close if it's fired. There, Simmons diving back, a little bit of a pause, I thought, there from Aaron Weeks. Something for Coach Akeem Eiffel to check on. Got a young man almost committed to the single there. You've got to take the chance and grab that ball and fire it away. And there we had two men backing it up. But we saw a little hint of a sort of hesitation in getting that throw off. Oh, wide on the fiddled. But no touch and signal by the umpire wide. Oh yes, the commentary went for a little bit when I switched it off. I was getting on a little bit of a doze actually, but just a little thing about sitting down and starting the commentary, and you start to do a little bit of. But sorry about that. But we are back on stream. Oh, and he's coming in for that one, Achilles Brown. He's looking for the drive, but Jaden Roberts is telling him if you want to drive by a car or go down to Ben Skin, that was not a drivable length. Seeking some spray. No, we haven't got the medical kit to this at the moment. I will have to get it down soon, but if you get a bit of pain in the arm, maybe you should get some ice on it. Nutmeg spray. That will work too. All right. Roberts from the north. Oh, down the leg side and not taken cleanly this time by Farley and the extra run coming. So variations here. I don't know if he's just trying to do a little bit too much at the outswing, seeming outswing that went past the outside edge, but we've also had, that's the third ball now down the leg side. So query there from Captain Young, who's opted for the fourth seamer position, and he might have opted with a bit of a hint coming from the coach as well. But Young not getting it right in the last occasion against Carlton. Here is Jaden Roberts, and that was wide and fanned that by Simmons. Got it in the middle of the bat, but no real power. And cut away to the man that backward point position. All the time for work away, but it's nice to see the young man running in. He does get some good bounce. He has the ability to move the ball a bit both ways as well. Thank you, Mr. Branch. So it's Roberts from the north to Micaiah Simmons, and this one is played with a slightly open face down to the gully region, picked up by Jordan Reefer, and the end of a pretty long over coming there, at least 3 wides by Jaden Roberts. So at the end of the over, I must get closer to the scores so we can belt some scores out. So I will attempt to enter the scores booth, and I'll be looking to see if I can get a signal from our technician that he's actually getting. I'm going to go into the booth and look for his signal to see if I can do a bit of commentary from there and give you the rundown on the scores, because there's nobody on the scoreboard. I see some activity, or is that some sort of, it might be, I think it's some canvas blowing in the background. So no, there's no activity in the scoreboard, and there is a scoreboard, but I'm not privy to that. Score, 16 runs. 16 runs on the board after 4 overs here at UWI in Carefield, Barbados. And it's Johan Lane, back of a length, and played straight to the man at that backward point position, and he's called yes, with a loud shout of no coming from Micaiah Simmons at the non-striker's end. And the call from the crowd was a very good call. I'm just going to have a signal from Sir Kevin Young as to if he's still getting my signal. Yes, he is. So I can actually sit in the commentary booth for a while, and the air condition might actually keep my eyes open a little longer as well. But I will recover. Down to the onside, picked up by the bowler. 16. 18. 18 without loss. Now I've got the scorers to tell me the score rather than the guys on the outside who's missed a couple of runs. So 18 without loss, and we're into over number 5, being bowled by Johan Lane from the southern end. And it's gotten increasingly hazy, so much so now that it's almost totally overcast.
What?
There's a little hint of blue in a very small patch there, and this one does square Simmons up. Sorry, that's brown, totally squared up there, but that one that was shaping in towards middle and leg, it was angled towards middle and leg and then shaping away. He was actually looking to play maybe behind square on the onside, and it came off the outside edge of the bat and went into the cover region. And Simmons called him for that single. And they got there comfortably, feeling they're coming from Kimani Richardson, who thought about really firing it, but Simmons had made his ground quite comfortably. Johan Lane from the south, back of a length, and Simmons is in behind it and playing it down into the gully region to Jordan Reefer. And there's no run, so 19 runs. That was a single just now.
They had a single before?
They just ran the single.
First of all, that's a Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Simmons was right. That's a good thing I came into the booth. I actually picked up something that the Screws didn't, so. Fed in the cap. Lane, full length, drive, misses. Simmons loved that off drive. He played a beautiful cover drive off Leacock in the second over. First over only over delivered by Leacock, who wasn't getting it right from the northern end. And there's a little bit more of a rise. And that could happen at times with bowlers. He just didn't get it right. He's a bowler that ordinarily has very good control of his line. And he delivered, 3 wides in that first over. And I think he's opting to replace Lane at the far end. Short and pulled. Not very well timed. The man at mid-wicket runs, straightest mid-wicket runs back. The man on the backward square boundary was coming around, but it was just a single. The Simmons moving him on to 8, and the score on to 20. 20 without loss after 5 overs. A signal coming from Young wanting somebody to come onto the field, and in this competition we respect youngsters and we try hard to involve them as best we can, and so the rules are that if you can have as many as you want in your squad and you bring those guys into the squad, they're actually a part of the game that's playing, so you can field 11, bat 11, bowl 11. I think most scorebooks struggle after you bowl 7, but you can bowl 11. And so you can swap a player anytime onto the field, and then you don't have to be squeezing with your batting order. You can actually play at times 11 batsmen. But hopefully you got all-rounders that can participate. But then you don't have to pretty much tell anybody that they're not really a part of the squad or part of the game for that day. Jaden Roberts, outside of the off stump and left by Simmons. Kyle Simmons will be having a thing or two to prove to the boys at the academy. He hasn't been successful in doing since he's not been a part of the academy's team. But he's got a big 100 this year already, and I'm sure that he's looking forward to getting some runs against the academy today. Short, cut away, square the offside, and that will be runs for Simmons. He runs 1, Brian Baff is after it, and looks as though he's had a big go at it. Brave stuff from the young man in this dry surface, not managing to pull it back, but that's 4 runs to the offside. So short and wide and getting the treatment there. Very square on the offside, and at the backward point position, and the cover. It was the extra cover. They both chased it back. It was young Zion Brathwaite that got there first. I wouldn't say he was closer to it in the first place, but Devon Stevenson might be questioning whether I think that he's slow, but he got to it and didn't manage to pull it back. So on 21 to 24 without loss into over number 6. On the line of the stumps this time, and Simmons comfortable to come forward and play that one down into the pitch and back border. I did have a little bit of a break just now, and then I got a call, a text coming through that they missed the commentary, so I want to let that happen. But I'm actually going to take a little break. I wouldn't switch the microphone off. I'll ask the scorers to just chop the score. If they want to do a bit of commentary, they can, but I'm just going to take a little check to see what's up with my number 1 strike bowler. I'll be back. And just chop the scores. Every look at that. Youngster wants a bit of commentary, maybe you can, but we're not betting it, right? So you choose not to bet it. If you don't see it come up, then you know that you've been sanctioned or whatever.
Simmons. You're all right now.
Sali ook jullie wel, sir?
Johan Lane, scores 25.
Ja, 25 met 6.
Yep.
Anthony wel, sir? Adrian Sprague. Safe.
Or does he usually drink a Coke? Oh. Signal wise.
No word?
We signal. I signal. I signal. I signal. Jason. takes so long to signal.
Yeah, true. Just not signal.
So he is on fish at the moment. Sir, put the straight away.
That's not Nike. You let me poke, man. Let me poke, man.
Sen det säger jag youngster. I'm not Archer Wally. I'm not Archer Wally.
Sleep.
Silent or not Arch Willie.
Turn on head, yeah.
Too wide.
How many extra move?
How many extras balls so far? Give me a minute here.
You got 10? You got 10 ways?
Yep. Ten white so far. 26 after 7 overs. No, I sit off high and my foot can't reach the ground. And if my foot can't reach the ground. Single? Yep. Simmons on 13.
Similar to Brown. Brown. That's what he done.
So, boy,
Short boy. Work, Alan, work. Well done, weeks. Two semis. Yeah, score is 30. And the score is 30 after 8 overs.
Give me all of this on this piece.
All.
Thank you. All right, so testing stuff. Some superb deliveries to the batsmen so far, but they've weathered the storm and they're still there. And the openers. And 8 overs. No wickets taken so far, so the academy boys are into new territory. They're used to getting very early success with a new ball. And that's what we like to see, that little difference every time. That's cricket. The university have done really well. They're the leaders. UWI today, they weathered, but you're all down. And this is short. Getting into the whip area. Looking to play it in the onside was young Achilles Brown, and it came off the outside half of the bat and going into the offside. So Lane's still finding some movement, and this bounce is keeping these batsmen on their toes. So flinching to get this one down onto the onside, showing that there's some still outward movement being found by Lane, and he's been quite consistent as well. The batsman, as those clouds now seem to gather this. It was rain at Kensington Oval soon. Oh, this one flicking off the edge, and this is young Zion back into the fence. Wide. Ball. But the hook coming from Mackay, he looked a bit late. Actually looked late on it. He just stuck a glove up and got a bit of a glove to it. But the ball had enough pace to beat Zion Bradford, and there is a bit of a downhill as pitches built of late have got a little rise in the middle to get the moisture away from the middle. Simmons looking for the drive there, going forward quite early onto that front foot, but this one was a little bit wide and not that full, and you to play at it. But that was a definite movement to seek the drive yet again. So the young man that loves to drive there, he was asked to hook, and compared to previous delivery, wide. So good with the string, the finger down there and look back. You think, but as late comes from the southern, land on about the off stump, and Simmons that has a tendency to put that left foot forward early. Look, he drew it back and shouldered arm. Gilliman was going past because definitely looking at, but different technique where he plays back and forth and comes into the drive if it's full, but laying more ball in the length that my generation would know. Back of a length. This one's a little bit fuller, but beautifully driven offside and right for a little bit airy as well, but it was a whole lot straighter, and they are 3 slips, which is 2 slips and a 4th slip. Then the backward point. And then a floater around the extra cover region. So this one sort of wide extra cover. But this one actually was extra cover region for 2. So Simmons is on strike again. And here comes, he's going to respond to that. Did you drive me? Yes, he said. Drive this one. And it was lifting on the right shoulder of Simmons, who did his best to get on top of it. Played it comfortably in the end. 10 there from Lane, not very happy to him. But drive, and that's my first. Here comes Lane. Back of a lane, pushing Simmons back, and again, gully. So, ending the over. So the score now, 37 without loss. UWI, league leaders here, playing against team in 2nd place. Both teams undefeated so far, unbeaten. Hoyt's Village when we came up against Pickwick. 24, and the response was decisive, and they got rolled for 54. This one played off the outside half of the bat, I would say half, going down to the 3rd man region. Did Young get a finger to it, diving away? Must have done, because Leacock was able to charge back from 1st slip and pull it back and pick it up. 2 runs. Quite difficult to pick the difference between these 2 batsmen. I think Browns don't, and that's about it, but they're similar. Well, by Christine Agard Bowen. You know, so off you open your mouth, you sticks in. Mackay Simmons is darker complexion. This one's steered down to the 3rd man region. Well controlled this time, and now it's Jordan Reefer. He's after it, picks it up down that 3rd man region, and fires the return to the keeper. First bounce to Tyrell Farley, and just 2 runs again. So it wasn't hit, was more steered. And having thrown the ball down to the bowler, the batsman was probably looking for an extra run. I saw it go to the keeper, so I don't know if the ball was dead at that time. But 2 more to Brown, takes him on to 9, and the score on to 41. 41 without loss, I mean to over number 10. Short, and Brown does his best to get on top of this, and he got his gloves just up by his, yes, Brown, and he got the gloves just above his visor, and the ball coming off the bottom of the left-hand glove, and he took the right hand off the bat, down into the onside, so he's doing his best to get on the inside of these short deliveries, which is good. And he gets a single into the onside, but steep bounce being had there by Jaden Roberts from the north end in the 10th over, and it's Mackay Simmons now. That plays it down into the gully region, and Young anticipating well, coming from, he's gone a little bit wider at that 2nd slip region now. And there are 2 slips, which is 1st and maybe 2.5 slip, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off. Is there? Sorry, there's a cover in the mid-off. Tucking into the onside to Kia Graham, that short mid-wicket position, straightish, picking up. So there are 4 men on the onside, a 5-4 field standard. There are 2 men back on the hook, and so maybe that's one of the reasons why the batsmen are not into the hook more looking to play the balls down. There have been a couple of hooks attempted, but haven't brought many runs at all. This one is short, pulled, and going very fine, and Lane moves, but does not move fast enough to stop this one. Looks as though he got a good hand to it, moving very quickly to his right, and the ball was traveling very quickly as well.
Yeah.
So Brown going for the hook shot there and getting it fine down the third man, and he does beat that third man, sorry, down the fine leg, and he beats the fine leg feed into the boundary. So he goes on to 13, and the score on to 45. 45 without loss after 10 overs. UWI
46.
46, sorry, 46 without loss after 10 overs.
Four went to Simmons.
Simmons?
Yeah. Simmons got one strike.
It's very little so.
So similar, we're very struggling to pick the difference up. Brown, probably about a centimeter taller than Simmons.
On strike now, and the other end, so Simmons, four went to Simmons.
Doing the single off the last ball?
Nope, I was four on the last one.
For that way, yeah. So yeah, it's Simmons.
Right, so it's Shea Simmons that played the pull shot and got that forward fine down to fine leg.
Kaya Simmons.
So 45 without loss after 10 overs.
46.
46 without loss after 10 overs. Franklin Stevenson Academy in the field. It's UWI with Achilles Brown on strike. And Johan Lane short and into the rib area, tucked into the onside. Doesn't go much further than where a short leg would have been, and so straightest mid-wicket happened to come and pick that up, and a single taken brings Micaiah Simmons on strike. 47 without loss. UWI here, and right now what has become a very overcast day. I'm seeing a couple little patches of blue in the far distance in the south, but it's been a lot of cloud now, and this one into the rib area again of Micaiah Simmons, and he wasn't too sure about this one at all. He got back, and for Lane, it's only there's no fine leg, there's a backward square, and so he does have the extra man in that slip region. So he's got effectively 3 slips. They're a bit staggered. Gully looking a little deep there. And a third man. And he's bowling to Brown. And Brown stays this one right through the gap, which is not a very big gap between the gully and that 4th slip. Down to the third man region, and just a single being picked up there by young Zion Bradley. Zion Bradley has been having trials for the Barbados under 15s, and no real scores are shouted, and so it tells me that not a lot's been happening. And Zachary Carter, boys from the academy that's participating. Down the leg side by Lane. He's into his 6th over. He's looking fitter. First game or so, 3 overs was his about limit, and so he's been working quite hard on getting rid of a few of the flaws that have crept in.
You guys see rain all day?
Yes. I better say yes. I've been asked if I see any rain. I see something seemingly blowing. It's not cloud blowing across the ground, so it might be some light drizzle, but I don't see anybody being discomforted at all. I don't see anybody moving out. So yeah, it's probably cloud, low cloud that just drifting across, or the haziness across my eyes. But you started it, Christine, but so it's haziness across Christine's eyes, and I'm trying to not seem too blind to say, well, yes, could be I'm seeing some rain, but nobody moving. Even the spectators we got out there, we see, oh, Simmons was going after that one, that big step with the left foot, but then the bat didn't come down into the drive. But he's very mindful, looking for anything at all that he can drive, until that the 50 is on the board. That snuck up there, that wasn't a wide, that was just so it came before that. So wide by sorry, 50 without loss, UWI, as we see former Test player and Barbados player Pedro Collins, who's very much a part of the UWI coaching staff down here. He's come through the door. Normal greetings as we see Alderson Smith, man that we haven't seen. He was very much a part of the workforce at the academy, and you haven't seen him since the first match. But it's a field now. You've still got the fast ball operating, and there's no fine leg, no backward square. It was just... so I guess he hasn't hooked, and so they're deciding that he's not going to hook. But that ball was short, and Simmons getting in and tucking it off his hip, back with a square on the onside, and Jaden Roberts found that he had to actually turn and chase it from that short backward square position, or short square leg. So another single, 51, sorry, 2 runs, sorry, so that's 52 to UWI, 52 without loss after 11 overs, 6 overs by Johan Lane, and he has figures of none for, and it wouldn't be none because no wickets have fallen so far, 20 runs, so 6 overs for 20 runs, Johan Lane, and we're going to have a look at some spin, as it's going to be Keir Graham, the off spinner, and he's going to take it up from the northern end, replacing Jaden Roberts. So back goes Simmons, a lot of time checking on the spin, and he's opened the back face and pushed this one into the offside. There's a sweeper. Sorry, that's Brown, and again, it's very difficult. They're dressed similarly, the helmets are quite similar as well. And this boy said that she can pick them up for the slight difference in shade, and this one is a little bit wide and flighted, and Simmons goes for the drive, a flashing drive. He goes for outside edge found, and he's gone, caught, beautifully caught there by Devon Stevenson. Stevenson choosing to backpedal rather than turn and run back, and he backpedaled as fast as he could, and when he got there, he got close enough, he reached the hand up above his head, sort of falling back, and that's a very good catch. Not the tallest player on the team, and Simmons won't be happy at all with that, but Keir Graham has gotten the breakthrough. It's flighted. Where did he off stump? Tempted into the drive, and he went to flash this one somewhere through the cover region, and he wasn't holding back on it, so I think he wanted to hit it over the top. Outside the edge found and going high into the air, over the head of Devon Stevenson, who was able to backpedal and very athletically reach it up and taking this ball with 2 hands at full stretch. First wicket falls here for UWI. Keir Graham. Keir. Me. New batsman at the crease, Joshua Morris. And Joshua Morris played with the winners of last year's Community Cricket League of Barbados Under 16 competition, 2019, and that was North Stars. And I think victory seems to have had a negative effect on the teams that have actually achieved it in this competition, because the first year the competition was won by BNOC. And the following year, they informed the management of the competition, that the committee, that they were unable to field a team. Keir Graham and Morris is well forward, everything locked together and playing this copybook fashion, textbook style into the offside, exaggerating so. He's got the first delivery in the middle of the bat. So 54, 53 for one, as Morris goes back to pierce the offside field, not successfully so. Another flighted delivery just outside the line of the off stump. Graham flighting this one, and Morris deciding to turn his wrist on it. He didn't move that left foot very close to the ball. Stayed in the same position, but he trusted the turn from outside of the off stump, and he just stayed propped on that left foot and turned his wrist to turn this one into the onside and take a single towards the long on. 54, and that brings Achilles Brown on to strike, and we see the mid-wicket coming, the short wicket coming a little bit straighter. There is a mid-wicket on the boundary. Brown, good footwork there, looking light on the feet, coming across and reaching forward and playing this one down into the offside. And there was successful over there by Kia Graham. He has 1 for 2, and score now 54. Umpires 55. Sorry, umpires signaling. I guess they're signaling for drinks after the next over, water break. So 55, and a very overcast day here in Barbados. I mean, it says overcast in Barbados. I think it's, you can say you're in a lot of places and it's overcast in your area, but it can be very beautiful down the road. In Barbados, we get the feel that it's all over the world because it's only a small island, but you say a small island. But then, when you're living it, you feel as though it's big as anywhere else because there's so much to see, so much to do. And very often the weather is so beautiful, but it looks, and it is more than just a low cloud. We now have that drizzle coming across the ground, and so with Devon Stevenson having the ball in his hand, he's now asked to bring it as the umpires have called the covers on, and here we see the players now very much a part of trying to have to get the covers on, which is very important to these grounds. So very slow walk off the ground, where that the umpire called for drinks, and they came from the sky. So just coming towards the drinks break. Nobody's hurrying really. It's just Aaron Weeks that's going to get out of the way of the covers that are going on, but it's a very light drizzle, and the umpires have brought the players off, and they've actually managed to take a slow walk and get off the pitch before a lot of the players because it's a very light drizzle. Even the covers that are going on are not really in a hurry. So we're hopeful that it's not a very long break. A very interesting clash today. Two teams that have been playing really well. The other team that's played beautifully has been Empire. I think all the teams have played well, but Empire started out really well, scoring some big scores and winning some impressive matches, but then they came up against the Academy at Richmond Gap, and the fireworks lasted for quite a while, but at the end, it was Empire that was bubbling in the ashes, and I think sort of burst their bubble because they were touted as the team to beat, and then they came up against UWI, and it just asked Chris Williams what was the real challenge. He just said, well, some poor decisions and so on, but they are lost to, I think they got about 217 or so, and that was knocked off by UWI. But UWI is definitely the team to beat. So we have a rain break, and now totally overcast there. You can still see a little bit of, couple little blue spots over east of Bridgetown Way, but a lot of cloud cover. And in the northwest, over the port, you can see some lighter cloud, and oh no, sorry, that's the glass not being heavily tinted. So the difficult to tell. There's some very thick glass here at UWI, and I'm sure that Coach Aline is going to be very happy with that, because there's one pane that's got a big, massive, it's been impacted, let's put it that way. And you say the only thing that can impact this glass and break it, that would be a cricket ball. So he's happy that he's behind such heavy protection and you can still see, but ours looking out, that seems to be lightly tinted, and so it makes it look a little bit darker. I guess the squirrels are happy with that on a lovely sunny day when it's not too bright and they're looking out onto the field all the time. But if it's overcast like this, it just makes it look that much darker. But here, with the break and this ground staff is in the middle, and they're looking back to see if the umpires are going to say. The umpires are having a little look and nothing else happening. I think that won't be long before they're asked to bring the covers. Well, I think right now the umpire is asking the groundsman what he thinks. So I think what we need now is the weatherman. So yeah, so the umpire now, he's taking a walk out to the middle. And it's always like this, you know, these overcasted conditions are here. You're not sure whether the rain is coming or going. You don't want to mess the groundsman around too much, bring him on for 2 balls and take him back off, that sort of stuff, or bring him off for 2 balls. But now the umpire, one of the umpires is taking a walk out into the middle. I'm not sure, no protective equipment, gear, no umbrellas. So not sure, but what it has done is gotten the players to take a drinks break off the field. So we'll take a little break as well. Maybe our technician can put a little caption up to say, actually I don't see him in the box. He was just in the scorer's box actually, so he's comfortable to take a walk around. And you're getting some good comments from the feed and so on. Just that I did take a little break. And then I got a text telling me that they've lost commentary, so I don't know, you're going to have to employ a full-time comments person. I think that when CBC and the other media centers do it, they have actually 5 people, 3 commentators and 2 comments people. So that's just making a little bit of an excuse that it can go a little bit haywire at times, but we will keep you informed that right now the score, with a break in play for the weather, a little bit of a drizzle, and the umpires have signaled for the covers to come off, although through our tinted glass here it still looks a little bit gloomy. And looking at the east, it is still heavily clouded up there. But cloud does look a little bit higher. I say that tongue in cheek and hand on wood, knock on wood, that it's high cloud. So 55-1 UWI, and we're going to have a resumption of play shortly as the umpire is coming off and so the covers. Or are there? The groundsmen have stopped. The covers halfway down the pitch. They're looking at this umpire. The umpire is not looking back. I think they're shouting him. Maybe they're waiting for some help. I think, no, that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for some help to actually pull those covers. If there's a little bit of water on them, and it's a 4-pitch cover as well, so that is going to be very, very heavy. You need to get some air under that thing. 6 drops of water on that, it weighs about 200 pounds more, and I speak from experience. Not of 4-pitch covers, but of experience of getting sometimes single-pitch cover out. So 55-1, and we're going to be back in a very short period to continue, as we got some very young helpers now going out to help with those covers. And we're back. Devon Stevenson, no! Getting away with a couple of deliveries there, the full toss, and then short and ready the off stump, cut straight to the left of Kimani, which is still straight to the left because 2 steps and he had it in his hand. But then the better ball that is bowled now, the best delivery is bowled, is actually brought 2 runs because this one, the arm ball and Morris pushing towards the offside, the inside edge going past the stumps. And this time Morris is beaten by the one that spins away and he admonishes himself. But that was a little bit slower, causing Morris to lose a little bit of balance going back. So falling away, when it spun away, he just had a spark, it missed it. And Morris himself lighted, and Morris playing a very naughty shot there. That was not a good cricket shot at all. It was full length, pretty much leg stump, and Morris looking quite off balanced again, just trying to turn it into the onside and trapping it into his foot. So Stevenson there mixing his paces up. Young man that prides himself on having a bouncer as a left arm spinner. And his mates would tease him that he's at times the 5th seamer, but he does flight the ball well, he changes his pace very well. It's got a lovely attribute that he both left arm around, but he gets so very close, and he's got a very high arm action, and so that's a very good attribute for a left arm spinner, that you can actually bowl the balls and pitch the ball on the line of the stumps and not having it slide down the leg side too easily. And so he's going to be very tough bowler to kick, and that you've got to use the bat. So he's got the ability to spin the ball. He spins the ball at the academy off some very green surfaces. And he also got the very quick balls, the arm balls and stuff. So driven by Brown and a little bit of hesitation, but Young coming in, picking up and firing at the bowler's end. A little bit of hesitation from Brown initially, and then he came through very, very quickly. So an awareness that young fielders need to have. And even in my time, there were a few fielders that had that sort of awareness on each team I played for. And those are the ones that fielded at cover. I remember our captain, my friend and a legend he will always be, sometimes for varying reasons, but Hansi Crondier, his team talk would be, didn't have to worry about the bowlers too much, but he would always say he wants 3 runouts. And so he had the guys like Louis Wilkinson and Nicky Bouyer. Those guys were hunting like leopards in the field, and it was a beautiful thing to watch, that they anticipated the shot and it was off the marks. And that's what we need to see from some of our fielders, as this one is lofted down the ground by Morris, who's been looking a little bit ungainly at times, but this one flighted Graham, and there's no long on, there's a mid-wicket on the boundary, and so Morris took him on and him down to wide long on for 6, just carried over the boundary, pitch just over the rope and bounced into the wall to our right, looking out, and that would be one of those that's actually caused a big fracture on one of the pins here in the commentary booth. But this time Graham is a little bit quicker and back of a length, so he hasn't pushed that long on back as yet. He's just deciding that he's going to tempt Morris to have a go again, and here goes Morris. He hits it straight this time, and it's the boundary, just the 4 this time. So that would encourage Captain Young then to push somebody back, but Morris is willing to take Graham on down the ground, and it's a field that has to happen, I would think. It is the end of the over. We will see what Captain Young does in conversation with Kia Graham, but 68 for 1 after 14 overs here at UWI, University of the West Indies, the Carefield campus. Very impressive setting. And we have it is the 3 W's Oval, Weeks, Warren and Walcott. We say happy birthday, belatedly so, to Sir Everton Weeks, 95, and he's the lone survivor. He is the lone stalwart standing, but I mean those guys have been and done. Worrell and Walcott, some stalwarts of the West Indies cricket fraternity, renowned around the world. And Devon Stevenson flights, gets it on the full. Again, Fielder looking a little bit slow off the mark to attempt to run out. So the batsmen, as long as they set off early, there are a lot of singles. Fielding has been quite good, but little things that you're looking for, that anticipation, that first step, that puts some doubt into the batsman. And this time the arm ball, cricket ball, just goes full onto the bat, almost stump high. So Devon Stevenson getting it wrong there, but only succumbing a single. Something he's got to work on. He started in the last game with a full toss, couple of full tosses, and then same thing in this one. So bowling so many different paces, you need some consistency in something somewhere to get that to work. And so I've got a little challenge that I want to see him do more in his body action. Do a little bit more with that left arm. This one is beautifully bowled. It slid on. It looked to be the spinner, but the batsman getting back from it sliding on, and the appeal goes up. I don't know, Tyrell Farley, the first slip, the mid-on, mid-wicket, all very much into that appeal, but Farley stood his ground, so I think he's seen that it was actually beating leg stump, and there again, Brown getting frustrated, and it's not a classical drive that he's attempting, again, similar to Morris. It's more drive where the shoulders are aiming towards mid-off, but the back angles towards the onside as though he's trying to turn his wrist on the drive, and that's dangerous towards the leg arm spinner. Getting back and not getting this one down to the fine leg region as it seemed as though the bat was angled, get it more to the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. No runs, so 70 runs on the board, and that's after 15 overs. 15 runs, 15 overs, 70 for 1, UWI, here at the Cayfield campus. And now the eastern region is totally solidly overcast, and that looks like rain. 70 for 1.
Thank you.
The young man coming to the box. If it's one thing, that's the challenge here, that the scorers can't just shout across to the temporary scoreboard on the outside, because and this one is dropped. Dropped by Jordan Reefat first slip. There we had Joshua Morris spotting forward to one from Kia Graham, and it was the arm ball. He played for a bit of turn as we had the mid-on, long-on pushed out, and so he's got to think about that lofted shot, and that's the one that's worked for him. The drives and the prods haven't been going that well for him, and they prodded forward, outside edge, going past the keeper, and Jordan Reefat going to his right, and two hands to it and not holding on. So a disappointed Kia Graham there. Disappointed, some disappointed teammates for sure. But Reefer has got some explanation for sure as to why he didn't stay in. So Morris survives, and here he drives. Oh, and that beats one. Oh, it beats two. Oh, Young has got to chase that one back, and he won't get it before it gets into the boundary. He does. Yes, he's actually pulled it back, but that's unique, where it had a little bit of a bubble and it beat Jaden Leacock at the short extra cover. A little bit to his right. Young moved very, very well going to his left in anticipation. And when it beat Leacock, Young was there, but got a little bit tangled up with his footing, and the two hands went down, and he was still having a lot of momentum going to his left, and he did not get anything at all onto that. It went straight through him. And so 3 runs to Morris. As here comes Brown, and here now Kia Graham is doing his best to do his own fielding. He said, I'm not trusting you guys to stop the ball for me. And that was a very energetic effort. They're moving to his left. And a long dive, and he didn't get a hand onto it. But there was Leacock. And no run. 61, again, the pushing the offside. He got the foot halfway there and it was beaten in flight, and so the hands came out to get the bat to go and cover the ball. The bottom hand came off, and he had enough control to keep it out to the ear and down on the ground, going to that short extra cover. Getting a fuller ball this time, driven straight to Young, and no run. So Graham there showing the boy the sort of effort that he wants when he's bowling in general, but he put a very big effort in there, and although he was unsuccessful in stopping the ball, no runs resulting after that misfield by, first of all, Leacock, which I thought he got a bit of a bubble, but then Young, who didn't get a hand onto it, moving to his left. So 61 was the score quite a while ago, but now it's 73. 73 for 1 here to now a very overcasted campus here at Cave Hill, University of the West Indies, and Devon Stevenson continues now from the southern end. Flight 8, back of a length, and Morris goes back and pushes into the outside. So Morris, more player looking to, he's been successful with a big one over the top, hitting the 6 and 4 off Kia Graham. Since the man's been pushed back to the long on area, he's been comfortable to look to prod and nudge it around. And here now to the left arm spinner, who does not have a long on the boundary or long off on the boundary, but he comes back and turns this one back with a square. Around comes Zion Brathwaite, young Zion Brathwaite, 13, with 14. Second form student at Queen's College, part of the Barbados under 15 setup, putting a very big effort into the field, and it's good for these young lads to be in with the bigger lads, older boys. Flighted on the full, and Johan Lane was doing his best, but that was very powerfully hit. He couldn't trust the bounce going away to his left, and tentatively got his hand down to it, feeling to see if he was going to get some bounce. Didn't get a lot of bounce, but it got past him and down to the boundary for 4. So Devon Stevenson serving at the full toss and Payne getting the treatment there from Achilles Brown. Takes the score on to 77, 78. That single got past me as well. Achilles Brown, short, and probably got a little bit of turn there. It was short enough to encourage an attacking shot, but Brown getting back, looking to tuck it into the onside, feeling for the turn. There was a bit of turn, not a lot. And so instead of getting tucked towards the mid-wicket region, it was tucked towards mid-on. Oh, and he's missed there, stumped. Very tall Tyrell Farley getting across, and Brown was looking to get his crease back, and he almost gave up, but then nothing happened because it went straight through the wicket keeper, who didn't seem to get anywhere near to it. Very tall man, and his gloves were not down there at all. It was a full ball, and he's still practicing something around the stumps, and he's admonishing himself. He's going to kick the whatever out of the pitch at the moment, but fact remains, 3 wide, as it was down the leg side. But it was a chance of a stumping. And that's an area that you really got to work on, but at this stage you say you want to work on kids cricket, but then they've got so much other stuff to work on as well. So 81. I think I need to scoreboard in front of me. 81 for 1 here at UWI. Franklin Stevenson Academy in the field, and it's UWI at the crease. I run. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Yes, please, yeah. All right, thanks, man. The UWI, yeah. Okay. All right, we're getting an update from one of the grounds, and it's a little challenge, but all will be sorted and all as well. So 82 for 1 here at the UWI ground at Carefield, and a flashing drive to the offside by Achilles Brown, getting a wide delivery there from Kia Graham of the off stump, full length, and it was hit to the man at that, I would say, a short sweeper. They got the W formation in the offside there with the first slip, but Brown managed to keep this one down on the aero weak feeling. Morris getting back, steering it. Oh, you've got to be looking to save a single at that position, sharp backward point. Or widest short third man, whichever, but the ball was steered quite straight to Kimani Richardson. And the batsman took off for a single. So Richardson's got to back himself that he's got a one single position, and it's okay going to his left. That will take some time to the right, but straight at him, he really wants to be feeling those. And this one goes straight to Jaden Roberts, who was saying, I'll give you a bit more time. I'll come back and let it run to me, so you can maybe take a single if you want. I'll try it. Playful gesture in there. Brown driving powerfully, knocked down fielded there by Malik Young. And I think he took one for the team there. That means it was crashed into his shin. Fingertips and shin, I think. He's not very comfortable at the moment, but he's a fighter, as he showed down at Empire. It wasn't at Empire, it was actually at Richmond Gap, where the outfield was treacherous, dry, and lots of fine rocks and some very powerful drive the fielders were asked to get in the way of, and very few fielders managed enough heart to put their bodies in the way. So Young was the one that really showed mettle to take a few for the team, but that 5.5 ounces does impact skin and bone quite painfully at times, but no pain, no gain, they tell me. So 85 for 1, and it's Achilles Brown on the strike. Joshua Morris is at the non-striker. They're short, and why did somebody's dragged it on? Oh my goodness, this young man is going to be very, very upset and aggrieved at that. But it was beautifully bowled by Devon Stevenson. He's bowling different speeds. He's got a lovely arm ball. He's got a flighted arm ball as well, which is beautiful to see. And this one was a bit quicker. It was short and wide of the off stump, and Achilles Brown getting back to playing the offside probably lost a little bit of balance, but when you saw it actually not spin, it was a little too close to him, and actually the inside edge was found on the forcing drive for the offside shot and dragged it into that middle leg stump. So Achilles Brown goes, bowled by Devon Stevenson. Just looking to see Devon Stevenson now has 1 for 12 on 3.2. Kia Graham 1 for 21 from 4. And new batsman is Edwin Barnett. Edwin Barnett, new batsman. Achilles Brown going for. Just quickly looking at the score. See, 22. Achilles Brown got, and Micaiah Simmons got 24. So those are the two batsmen dismissed. Micaiah Simmons going caught. Stephen Bow. And Achilles Brown now bowled Devon Stevenson for 22. UWI Juniors 85 for 2. And we're into over number 19. 85 for 2. Edwin Barnett, new man. Oh, and he's back, and he's beaten by one that was back of a length and spun past the outside edge. And Barnett's looking down at this pitch now as though it's got some vipers in it. First delivery there from Devon Stevenson. Grip and spin and bounce. Barnett getting the full length delivery, driving it back on the bounce. Is it? Yes, on the bounce to the ball. I think there was some tentative questions being asked, and the man, the square leg umpire, has walked towards the on umpire, shaking his head, saying, no real big appealing, just a tentative question asked. Stevenson balls, and this one is pushed in the air, long time in the air, but away from the man at that short electrical position, and the mid-off, just a little bit deeper, went to his left to field it. No run. Johan Lane looking a little bit sort of coy there, as you wonder whether he can actually take a quick step and a dive to that one. This one into the legs area, and beautifully fielded by young Zion Braffett. Fires it back to the keeper, takes the bills, ended the over. So a successful over there for Devon Stevenson. And quite interesting as well, young Edwin Barnett now, he looks as though he's going to be, something is going to happen to him. No. All right, so Kia Graham to continue. You've had one over from Jaden
19?
Leacock. You've had 6 overs from Johan Lane. He bowled beautifully without any success. Graham short, and this one is tucked into the offside on the bounce. No run. So I think those are those short singles that were being had with Achilles Brown at the crease. I think that they're looking at a thing of the past at the moment. So Morris, who's had 2 powerful shots down the ground, he's played 2 powerful shots already, and now with that mid-on push back, he's a lot more circumspect, looking to find his runs in the offside against Kia Graham. Getting back, cutting and missing the arm ball there. How long will it be before he takes on again? He's going to be saying, well, you're tucking me up and my runs are drying up, and so I'm going to pick the one delivery. I'm going to hit a little bit further. He got one just about a yard over the boundary's edge, bouncing on to the bottom of the building. And then the next one he hit a whole lot straighter, closer to the side screen. Getting back this time. He's trying to beat the offside field, and Graham, oh, it was not a good throw from Richardson. Sending Graham to his left and low, but the batsman at the non-striker's end there, Edwin Barnett, he was off like a shot, ill-advised, because Morris is on the back foot and he had no intention at all of running. The ball did go quite straight actually, just to the right of Richardson, and that was a definite chance, but the throw to the bowler's end was a poor throw, very low and to the left, about 6 yards, about 3.5 yards, about 3 yards, I think, to the left of the stumps. And so Barnett, that had actually given up at that stage, was able to get back into his crease. And yes, he takes on that long on field. He hits it wide of long on. And a beautiful piece of footwork there from Johan Lane. He's going to be feeling a bit of bruise from that for sure. But this ball was headed over the boundary. Here, Morris is actually picking this area. He's picked his area in that there's a mid-wicket, and Lane is sort of straightish, a sort of normal long-on position. And Morris not trying to overhit this ball, reaching out and actually turning his wrist and hitting it wider. We do know that he's got the straightest shot as well. So when Lane first came into that long-on position, he went halfway between the areas where he played. And so it was a wonder as to whether Morris would take him on. But Morris there showing that he's got a good presence of mind. He went for the gap between long on and mid-wicket, so it's over straightish mid-wicket. And so Lane then was adjusted to being a few yards to his right. So then we'll see if Morris plays the game and try to stay on the inside of the off-spinner and hit him down to the long-on position, straightest long-on. Devon Stevenson flight in and beating Barnett there in the flight. Barnett was on his way forward very early, found himself there a little bit early, losing a bit of balance. This ball was wide of the off stump and he left it. straighter, but this time over pitching, and Barnett was able to get it on the full. So there's a little bit of concern there for these full tosses that Devon Stevenson has served up. Back of a length and quicker, and Barnett stodgily comes forward and stabs it. And I'm sure there's a lot of banter going on there, even if it's among themselves. But a very confident side, the Franklin Stevenson Cabinet Board. They've been together for quite a while, and they've had so much success. Lovely to see them tested, back of a length. This one is a sort of, it seems that it gets tangled in his fingers, but the arm comes over faster than the ball comes out. And he just wants to pitch it a little bit full, I'm sure, but it beats the batsman in flight on the majority of occasions there. I know he does have the Chinaman as well. But with all the different deliveries and different paces that ball at, so often the length gets messed up, and I see a couple of full tosses. But now he's putting a fine leg in, so I'm expecting it's a double bluff. Devon Stevenson that prides himself on having a bouncer. And he put the fine leg in, but he flighted the delivery close to the off stump. He was just pushed into the offside. And no run. So end of the third over. 21st over. Something just jumps and jips. They changed the kit. You know, Achilles Brown, he's gone and changed into some other kit, but one of the rules is we've asked that the players remain in fully dressed for the entire game. I know that they see it very often in the test teams, and down the wicket comes, oh my goodness, and Johan Lane did not move, and that ball gets to the boundary, and he did his best to stay off the covers as well. But what was he thinking? Down the wicket came Morris, and he drove it powerfully back down the pitch. Keir Graham had a diving effort to stop it. He didn't have to dive to get down. He was late getting down, but they beat Malik Young at the extra cover at mid-off. And Lane was somehow jumping to appeal and leading towards the boundary, and he was only about a yard short. So he's got to react better than that. Johan Lane, ordinarily not the most gainly of fielders, but one of the most committed. He really well to get it back in, but the response to go towards that ball was very, very slow. And having gotten that boundary early in the over, Morris now receiving some flighted deliveries, is comfortable to prop back down the pitch. So Malik Young going a little bit deeper at mid-off. The boundary not staying, but attempting to maybe try to beat it over the top. Arm ball from Keir Graham. Knocked back down into the offside off the back there by Joshua. Flighted. Morris is down the pitch quite early and almost yorking himself down the pitch. So a few mind games now by Morris. He's got his boundary early, and he will not be tempted into any more big shots in the over, but he will flighted on the line of the stumps, back of a length, and Morris getting back and pushing into the offside. So he was happy with the 4 he collected early in the over. 91 for 2 after 22 overs here at UWI in Cave Hill, Barbados. A very overcast day. We'd love to know the score at Kensington Oval and see how Barbados is doing against the Windward Islands. Barbados making a fantastic recovery from 135 for 5. Compliments a big 100 from Kyle Mears, and then some very good batting from the lower order. Drive in. There's Burnett, fielded by Reefer. On Stevenson, flights it, and this top of the offside, and it went to short mid-wicket. Short, straightest mid-wicket.
Also, I was still on the 15 third, but just struggling to get runs.
Okay. Right, young man that's at trials with the Barbados on the 15th as well. And he's going to be tested, and he's gotten back to an arm ball and lucky to get back onto it. That was sliding home, it looks like. And almost running back when he saw the ball was quicker there and getting it down to backward point. No run. Goal there by Devon Stevenson. He will be tested. Stevenson has got a lot of deliveries, and he's got now, as he's starting to get into his stride, into the control. We haven't had any full tosses in this over. Devon Stevenson flighted, and this one is hit in the ear. Oh, tall Johan Lane at a short extra cover. Down to that extra cover boundary for 4. Johan Lane went up with a very huge jump, and his hand was in the air, reaching, but not getting to that one to pull it down. So 95 now for 2. End of the 23rd over, and there Lane is in for that lofted drive, but that's a lofted drive that the batsman is trying to keep down. This time the batsman made his attempt to actually go over the top, and he leaned back and they drove that one, and Lane jumped and wasn't able to pull it down. 4 runs to the young man, and he'll be happy about that. If he's on the 15 trials and he's trying to get runs, he can get some here, then that's just standing in good style to go and show the selectors what he's got in him. And the dab there was Morrison, not successful. In the end, when you don't succeed in those, you're happy you actually missed them, because the next thing would have been touch to the keeper, or even a touch to first slip. Short of the wide of the off, so this one is back and tuck it into the onside. It should be 2. It's a big boundary down there. Barnett didn't seem to run the first one that quickly, but it's a long way down, and then Devon Stevenson had to go to his right a long way, so it was always 2. And then Barnett seemed to have the sprint to get home. So 97 for 2, I mean, over number 24, long forward comes Morris, and that's the way he started his innings, and he's spotted this one down into the pitch on the offside. 97 for 2, UWI.
This is over 24 coming 16 more after this.
Yes, and the sharp runs are missing Achilles Brown. Sorry, after 20. Anyhow, 97 for 2.
I'll be only playing 4 over now.
Yeah.
2 runs off this over so far. Bowled by Kia Graham. Full driven into the onside, down to the man at long on position. Just a single, no chances. Taken, strutting forward and staying on the front foot and just tucking this one into the onside. On the full. Single to Barnett, takes the score on to 98. 98 for 2. Kia Graham being headed by the umpire there for started the 24 overs, scored 98 for 2. As you see young Achilles Brown, he's finally done the right thing and put his scores back on, but Youngster's very happy to show off the other kicks. Something you'll see from Test players that have 3 and 4 different kicks for game. They might change it to something on the balcony. $98 for 2. 98 for 2, and Devon Stevenson coming up from that mid-wicket boundary, quite a way down there. I would say it's about 65, 70 meters. And this one is the arm ball going through between bat and pad and crashing into that back leg of young Barnett, and the finger goes up. and he's gone. LBW ball, Devon Stevenson. That was quicker. And this time Barnett not getting back and getting back onto it. He went forward and he got beaten through the gate. Crashing into the back leg, and the umpire had no doubt at all. That finger was coming up from better. The ball was hitting the pad, the finger was on the way up, and young Edwin Barnett goes, and his lack of runs continue, but I'm sure it would have still done him some good to get back on the ball and
Who's that, Bennett?
be tested there against some older lads.
Davin Bennett.
But he goes for 5. IBW ball, Devon Stevenson, and the new batsman with a score on 98 for 3 is Davlin Bennett. 98 for 3, University of West Indies has been played 7-1-7 on 28 points. And there young Edwin Barnett going, and the beautiful arm ball, something you really got to look for from Devon Stevenson, in that he doesn't show a lot of emotion, a lot of flourish. And the right arm over that left arm, oh, it's at all. You into the other to one of the guys saving a single.
Yeah, more obvious the ball. You know.
Devon Stevenson down the leg side, a lot take there by wicketkeeper Tyrell Fardy, and Devon Stevenson was appealing. I'm not sure I think they're appealing to the square leg umpire for the stumping. And sometimes a bit of a play that you want to tell the umpire that there was a bit of a sound, maybe get the umpire to think that came off the pad or something, and you don't signal wide, but that didn't look a very convincing defensive shot at all. Getting back together and getting this ball off the leading edge. And no run. Stevenson flight in, full of length, and this time it's pushed by Bennett. So Barnett's gone and Bennett's come to the crease, and he's pushed this one back down the pitch. And Devon Stevenson again, flighted, drawing him out, and decided not to play at it. And it goes through to the keeper. So 1 wicket. Oh, and the wide, sorry, so it's not looking like a maiden in any way. Dalvin Bennett facing up to Devon Stevenson from the southern end. Overcast, but not a lot of rain. This one is driven high over the top and dropping short of the... No, it's gone over the rope for 6. Very strong young lad there. He didn't seem to show any big wind-up or anything. That was flighted and invited the shot, and Bennett went for it and sort of effortlessly striking it over that wide long off boundary, extra cover boundary for 6. And that brings up the 100 for UWI, 103. UWI juniors, 105, sorry, for 3. And I don't think that would be on offer too much from Devon Stevenson, seeing the power of this young man, that he's just driven that over the infield and over the boundary's edge. 105 for 3 after 25 overs. 45 over contest. We have had a rain interruption. We haven't seen Captain Malik Young yet today. He had his challenges last week. Bowled quite well in the nets. One day that we've seen him, but he's going through the charges. He's got a lot of options. So the new bowler, Kimani Richardson from the northern end. Leg spin googly.
Which is it?
Yeah.
We're going to see 1 over from Jaden Leacock, and he's having some challenges with bruised toes. Richardson in, and this one is steered down to the 3rd man region. After it is Devon Stevenson, and Morris comes back for the 2nd run. 107 for 3. UWI juniors here at Cave Hill. An overcast Saturday afternoon as Kimani Richardson starts again from the northern end. Full length, quite full, getting it about just on the half volley maybe. It was Morris turned this one into the onside. But straight to Zion Braffett at that backward square position, and there was no run. Richardson to Morris. Down the pitch and driving and getting it just to the left, beating Kia Graham to his left. Didn't make a very big effort at all. Love to see that shirt in the pants. And it went to the right of Lane, not very powerfully, so he got around and fielded comfortably. But just a single to Morris, as Graham now comes a whole lot straighter. Oh, this young man, there's no long off or long on, so very attacking field, mid off and mid on, deepish mid off and widest mid on. And there's a mid wicket on the boundary. Back goes Devlin Bennett, pushes Kia Graham into the offside, no run. Sorry, Kimani Richardson to the offside. Richardson flighting, inviting the attacking option, and it's been hard, and this time Malik Young gets around, and again he doesn't hold on to the ball, but he did well to put the extra effort in and get down. Didn't manage to hold on to it, but he got two hands down there, and the batsman is able to come back for a second run, and the umpires now are going to signal
Water break.
drinks. It's got to be something. The umpires are coming off. It's not rain, is it?
Water.
Water. Okay, I thought it was signaling. Okay, water break after. Okay, every 12 overs. Okay, I don't know. Water break though, as you see the water coolers going on to the field. Maybe you're going to have some cups going as well. I'm not sure. 110 for 3 after 26 overs. 110 for 3 after 26 overs.
7, not after 29.
That's at 11?
Right, no Barbados nothing.
Right.
110 for 3
Yes.
at the water break. We'll be back shortly. Back after the break, Devon Stevenson pushing this one through. Morris turning it to the right of short mid wicket. Not instinctively going for the single, and then sort of admonishing himself that there could have been one there. Looks a little bit cloudy, but it's still quite warm in Barbados. We're not really feeling that warm in the air-conditioned comfort of the scoring booth. 112 for 3. Murky looking the outside, and this weather be happening every now and then. We've had these days, we've had a couple of, this one was the arm ball that comes off the bottom of the bat, and Grimm is after it for all he's worth. He is going to get there, yes! No!
It gone.
Oh, they're going to tell him? What are they saying? No? Is it no or 4? Are we in particular 4?
Yep.
Okay, so it's hard to tell. We've got some of the coaching contingent there from UWI, and the way the hand went out, I said, was it no that they're saying, or is it 4? But Graham put in a stalwart effort there, running down the hill. It got to, just before it got to the rope, and he pulled it back, and it went sideways on the slope, and I think it rolled on and touched the rope. And here's Jordan Reefer moving to his left. The full toss again by Devon Stevenson, and it gets a single. Morris moves him on to 38, and the score on to 117 for 3. Devon Stevenson to Borta Bennett. And Bennett pushes to the man, that deepish extra cover. No run. Bennett is a man with some power. The shot didn't look a bad shot there, so the movement wasn't that tardy. But the short single is not really on his radar at the moment. End of Devon Stevenson's over. That was the 27th over, 117 for 3. UWI, and there will be Kimani Richardson to continue from the southern end. Captain has also got options of Aaron Weeks, off spinner. Only one over being bowled by Leacock, Jaden Leacock so far. He's got some challenges with bruised toes. Richardson flights the leg break down the pitch and hits it powerfully to Young, who takes his time, gets well behind it and feels it, so he'll be comfortable now to feel that he's, but in all fairness, the ball that he's misfielded has been to his right or his left so far. As you see, the very pretty cock walking across the ground, the rooster without any hens, and she's been asked to speed up, and this one is hit in the air wide of the man at that straightest mid-wicket position. So the full toss by Richardson, it was almost a flick tug almost, but the young man just holding his ground on that left foot and using his wrist as much as anything else to hit this ball, get it away from the man at that straightest mid-wicket position, down to the boundary for 4. So no loose stuff will be allowed by Bennett. He said this one is back on cuts and misses. Bill's taken off there by Tyrell Farley. 122 for 3, and we're into over number 28. 122 for 3. Overcast conditions remain. Back cuts, loud appeal, and the finger goes up, he's gone. Bennett, a lot of power to reach forward and hit the ball, but this is to get the lacking there. He just won 4 in gloves, and this time he's actually managed to get a bit of a nick onto this one, and the umpire's finger came up like a little bit of a Rudy Courtson there, the slow finger of death. But it was assured for sure, and so Dalvin Bennett, he goes, caught at the crease, and he's gone for 12 runs. So Bennett caught Farley caught Tyrell Farley, bowled by Kimani Richardson for 12 with the score on 122. So it's now 122 for 4, and the new batsman is Shakir Delph. Shakir Delph, the new batsman. Comes in with his team at 122 for 4. Thank you to the Arbits for being patron sponsor of the academy for this competition. Short from Richardson, back, and Delph plays the catch after going back. That one might have been a Google. It didn't go away from him. He didn't find the room. It stayed quite close, and he is now happy that he didn't get any closer because it goes into the gloves of the keeper. Delph getting the full length flighted delivery, goes for the quick single. Gets there comfortably because Johan Lane is moving to his left, the tall man, tall young lad, and he got down, fielded it well, but being a little bit deep at that mid-on position. Delph called for that single and got there quite comfortably. So Joshua Morris, the one that's holding the innings up at the moment, he's on 39, and Delph is just off the mark with 1. So 123 for 4 at the moment. The UWI juniors, and the new bowler is Aaron Weeks. So they can get some notification. No, they were teasing us that we got to bowl a lot of spinners because they're going to bat so well, we need to bowl a lot of bowlers. More than that, we got Joshua. Okay. Oh, Farley does not take this one, going through the gap of Delph's driving back there, reaching for the drive, not getting that left foot very close. And Farley coming up without the ball, but had enough deflection on it to not give away the bye. Aaron Weeks again. Why did he stop pushing this one through, and Delph not tempted into the shot this time? He said they want to see what he's offering, and this one did not have the big turn on it. It was more of an arm ball going through to the keeper. Wait for a second, you can shout this for indicate what he said, but I'm not
Stevenson bowled 8 overs, 2 millions.
Stevenson, 2 maidens.
4 wides. No other balls. 2 wickets. How much runs? 30, correct. That is the middle. Position first, number 2, let me see position.
Kimani.
Kimani and Kimani, here.
Kimani.
You got on 1 page with him, how much overs?
4.
No, you 20 no, 20 and 20. Oh yeah, but yeah. Is it a better, yeah. Did he change with what yet? You see him, thing, I'm just in,
Sorry?
leg spiller,
Yeah,
money.
or like the like turn to both ways. Catch it! Catch it! Done. On my Johan Lane.
So,
Johan Lane. Did they switch? Did they and no? Batsman is new batsman. And the score is 123 for 5. Who is the batsman?
Phillips.
Beautiful piece of ball in there by Kimani Richardson and a lovely catch by Johan Lane. And they team up to take the wicket of Joshua Morris. Young wicket keeper. He's played for a few teams right now. I think he actually even played for BWC. North Stars. So he's been part of the 2 winning teams so far. And he's gone for 39. Caught Lane, Johan Lane, bowled Kimani Richardson with a score on 123 for 5. First of all, beaten by the googly, getting back to punch or slash, whichever one, and then flight to delivery. He got a lofted shot onto it, but not very powerful. And taken just about head high there by Johan Lane, moving to his left. So, teamwork. Flight and this one is right into the pads area of the new batsman. Batsman not crossing. The new batsman is Phillips. Dreaman Phillips. Drukan Phillips. Need to be clearly written, and then you gotta struggle to get your tongue around some of these names, and we are looking for new names all the time, I think the parents are saying, and so often names are concoctions. They are bit to both parents. I know one young baby that her name is a great aunt spelled backwards, so parents now don't even worry about the sounding of the name. It just means something, and so it's up to those who are calling the names to get their tongues around them. So, Drukan.
That's a cue.
It's a Q, right? So there's some sort of French in there somewhere, maybe. I think you got to get the parents to come and explain some of these names. As we say, distant wave, so I don't think he sees it. That's manager of the academy for quite a few years now, and he'll be called upon for sure if you're taking a young team to England in August. And that'll give some of the parents who are concerned that they can't make the trip, having done it a couple of times, and they want somebody responsible to say they're going to put their kid in there, and this is going to be close. Oh, he did not pick it up. Some smart movement there by Johan Lane, coming from first slip to anticipate that ball going down the leg side. As soon as it was turning in, he was on his way around the keeper. It came off the Del's thigh pad, and Lane went across, and Phillips was onto that run, and he was in trouble there for a while, and Johan Lane did not pick it up cleanly. Otherwise, Delph would have been in trouble if he fired it to the bowler's end. 124 for 5, and it's several weeks to continue. Looking extremely dark now down Bridgetown area. He traps this one into his foot, so good smart bowling here by Weeks. He doesn't get to bowl very often in this Academy's team, but he's showing that he's ready. bowling beautifully at the moment, and he's not far off taking the wicket, I think. And this one is tucked into the onside by Phillips, and that's to the left of the man at that backward square. Very energetic Kimani coming from short mid-wicket, straightest mid-wicket.
That's Delph facing us with the green helmet.
And Delph is now on strike. So 125 for 5, and Delph is, he checked on what looked like was going to be a drive at one stage. Shakir checked on that one and played it back down the pitch. So good testing stuff here from Aaron Weeks. Looks a different bowler to what you see in the nets. Pushes this one through, and Delph traps it at the bottom of the bat for the drive, almost yorking himself there. And it trickles out into the offside, and energetic. Use that word again. Good smart movement there by Aaron Weeks. And a certain amount of urgency being shown in the field, which is very good, but it's very, very dark over Kensington, the east of Kensington, and it's very dark to our east here as well. 31 overs gone, 125 for 5. And behind our tinted glass here, the Simmons is passed, not the, there are other Simmonses here actually, because there is, I haven't seen, I saw Mackay's mum. I haven't seen his dad for some reason, so he must be very, very busy today. There's no way Mackay is playing and he's not going to be a part of it. And here, good shadowing there by Kia Graham at short mid-wicket. This one nudged into the onside by Phillips, and Graham charging to his left and diving away, and by that time you had Johan Lane charging off the boundary, but the distance was so vast between the two that although Graham shadowed it well, the batsman was still able to complete a single, and there now Dev is well back, and this is going to be out. That's out. That was not the way, and Phillips has threatened to do it already. If Johan Lane had picked the ball up that went around the keeper, he had called for a single and he would have been in trouble. And here, going for that.
Which the ball? Here.
Yes, Kier Graham was the fielder there at that wicket position, and Delph was well on the back foot, getting back and turning it into the onside. And he was in no way ready to be charged off for a single, but it was Phillips that was charging down the pitch. And although he made a valiant effort to get back and dive for had that ball back to Richardson, he had to be and get back. So Phillips there surrendered right out route, and that is one of the problems in cricket, and it's something that kids have got to get their heads around, and that's the call. Lovely part of the game where you got boundary. Sixes, yes, but you also got to interact with your partner to decide when it's a single and when it's run or not. So
No. I think
so batsman. Right, and you bowled with Kimani Richardson, and Delph is back, and he plays this one with a flat back actually, getting well back, letting it come on to him. Cross back down to the long on region.
We have one of Delph. Right, we have one Delph, which is Shaquille Green, and just one back.
Shaquille Green, the new batsman. That's a single to Delph. Delph showing some very good and playing the tapping the ball onto the onside, and that was, I probably picked the googly. So here's Kimani Richardson again. The leg break getting into the pad area of Green, not getting the bat onto it, and keeper picks up on the onside. Green getting back to turn this one. There's a leg slip. Leg slip on a short backward square. And then a mid-wicket. Green getting back at his bowl. I don't think he picked the googly there, but he got well back to a full-length delivery, and he has surrendered his wicket.
Ball.
Kimani Richardson.
After the wicket from Phillips, how many balls you got?
3.
1, 2, 3, and all that 4.
After the wicket, what you did after the wicket?
Three singles.
A dot, a single,
Not a single.
a dot, and wicket.
Oh, a dot, a single.
Dot, a single. Shakir,
Yeah, and then we had a wicket.
and then, no, a dot, and then a single to Shakir. You had a wicket, dot, single to Shakir, then a dot, and a wicket. Green ball by Richardson. And he got well back to worry about the ball spinning left or right, which is the googly or his left-hander for sure, the leg break or the googly.
Single, a dot, a single, and then the wicket.
Yes.
The wicket was,
127
that was green.
Yeah, green, yeah.
green bowled by Kimani Richardson, and that was the end of Kimani Richardson's over. And now Aaron Weeks, fourth spinner, and he's looking for some success, and he's back, and this one is played beautifully but straight to the, it comes off the bat nice, and there was a lovely looking shot as well, but it was actually straight to the man at backward point, Kia Graham, who fired the return back to the keeper. No run. So I'm sure that you guys who are watching can see good looking cricket. This one is attempted turn into the onside. Didn't get the body moving. And so although he was turning into the onside,
Yeah, man.
it hit him somewhere in the right inner right leg.
I running back on the
Going back
score,
down the
goes
pitch.
like that. Good ball.
Drive in the air and in the gap, and there's a chase back from Malik Young. He won't get there. Neither will Kimani Richardson.
Yeah.
This one was in the air, but away from in the gap between mid-off.
And four or
Zachary Carter standing there at that short.
Mr. Frank?
Who's the new batsman? Sharad Thompson Lashley, the new batsman.
Right.
And Aaron Weeks, back of a length and gripping, spinning. And that's down. No. Shakir Dalf, four and a dot from Dalf. Oh, he goes a little bit, draws him wider with a quicker ball, and this one getting under the bat. Delph looking to play the flashing drive through the offside, staying low, and Tyrell Fardy getting down with more of a stoop than a bend, and getting under the bat. So no run, not making a contact there. Is that rain blown across the ground? Delph driving in the air on the onside, not very powerfully, away from the man at that mid-on position, and a single, but it looks as though there is some rain blowing across the ground. I see a little bit of urgency from crowd. Yes, and the umpires are calling for the covers. It's taking a little bit longer to build, and so we're
7 more.
expecting that this one will stay a little bit longer because really totally covered up. There's no hint of blue anywhere. And it's very, very overcast and light drizzles. A little bit more urgency. Some of the players on the field now coming to help with the covers. 132 for 7 UWI juniors here at Cave Hill campus in St. Michael, Barbados. One more break. The first break wasn't very long, but this one looks as though it's very, very light rain.
I have 122 for 7.
What's the
Right.
right?
Yeah?
Who?
After 30.
Totally overcast.
Sorry?
Who? I read up Phillips.
Back here. Here.
What's the name? What's the name? Who?
Graham.
Graham.
Pierre Graham. So totally overcast conditions here. UWI with light showers. The umpire taking their time. Nobody's hurrying. It's just that with precipitation in the air, you need to bring the covers on, and so here they are, and we're hoping that something will break through soon. But building slowly, when it builds, it can stay a little bit long. And right now it's been long enough already, but I want to say a very warm thank you to the patron sponsors that have come on board, positioned with one with each team. We got Mr. Peter Kershaw from Empire. The Arab,
Yeah.
there's Jim Brewer with one Derek Crowson. Thank you very much. Derek Crowson with Carlton. We have Ian Armitage, and he has been smiling for quite a while because he is a patron sponsor of UWI, who are, but right now they're standing at 132 for 7 with a rain interruption here at UWI. With Carlton, Mr. Byron Head with Holders Hill Development Youngsters, Mr. Derek Smith. Thank you very much, Derek. I hope you enjoy your yacht cruise, and I'm sure you'll be back for the weekend for the Sandy Lane Gold Cup. Yes. I'm sure you're going to have some exciting entries on that card as well. Mr. Bernard, thank you very much, Bernard. I mean, we had a little chat, not a chat, I saw a quote from Bernard that said that the North Stars away relation, that was his first years. Better late than ever. A lot of fun though. Thank you very much, Bernard, for coming forward and assisting the youngsters in this development. Aspect, I'm looking for those names again. We got the Arbids. Thank you very much, Martin and Sally.
23.
What that?
95.
Name plate?
Oh, and I've lost my feed here. I've got to go back to that. But
Okay, 95.
steady drizzle, and so we got the,
You got to the quick ways, so we get to the 132.
we've got the ground staff now coming away from the middle and leaving the covers out there. So that's a little ominous. And still we haven't seen the break.
So it's now in 33.
Yes.
Okay, 132.
Yes.
No, I want rent. Yeah, they want 31.
All right, so we will take a little break and we'll be back.
31.
Couple more sponsors we got for you to, if you can find them here. Where's that thing going?
135. 137. I got money about four boys.
Four overs.
People 30.
All right, so we'll be back in a short while. Hopefully, Sister Amber's out and the cover's out and so on. So, another break, 132 for 7. UWI at the crease against the Francis Houston Academy. Top of the table clash.
3, 4.
right, about to make a restart. The umpires were ready to call time on the innings. And we've done our best. Saw a flashing red light there. I don't know if that was saying that the battery's getting a little bit low. But the umpire was ready to call time on the innings, and we had a little chat to let's be proactive. The UWI team was batted, expecting to be batting away for 40 overs, and so with the rain interruption, it would have been quite very much against them. We don't have Duckworth Lewis. And so at 1:32 for 7, we asked the umpires if it's possible that they can shorten the lunch break and go halves between the time that we've lost already. And they've come up with a scenario that they will get UWI to bat another 5 overs, and then we will have lunch and then the restart. So Shakir Delph and Thompson Lashley, who's Shakir Delph on 7, Thompson Lashley yet to score, yet to face the ball, I think, and it's 1:32 for 7 after 33 overs. So Kimani Richardson has said no extra 5. He said no extra 5 overs. He's just going to get it finished in a few balls, he said. But Kimani's always got something to say. Very lovely lad when he's in a good mood. We're hoping that that can improve. And he has more good moods. Talented young man. So 1:32 for 7. Christina steal the horse in the school. I will be back.
Okay.
Where's my key right now? I'm like, Scorers, press the button.
Score. I will score all day. Okay, that was Dell,
Delph's born in Guyana.
and Thomas is in the green helmet.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So born in there is
Kimani Richardson. Who's facing right now?
this, let me see, Thompson facing.
Okay, that means Dell.
A single to Delph. The score gone on to 133. Thompson. 134. Two 15?
Yeah. 2, 3 for 15.
Maybe 2 to 15. At 134.
Yeah.
So
After over 34, the score is 134 for 7.
How much what was after weather? 38?
Sorry?
After weather all of the way?
No, 5 more. So 4,
That's reason not bowling.
that's
Not
really
bowling.
bowling. 3 after this one.
Yeah. Like bite.
Whoa.
The ball to that.
Yep. Finger to down. Up in here, no man's land. Finger to downward.
137.
139.
I
You got
139.
5 of the over.
139. 35.
35 over, yeah. 5 of the over.
5. Yeah, 5 of the over.
So it's 130.
Sir,
Mm-hmm.
it was really bad, okay?
You want?
I'm going to cut him from this.
Hmm?
I'm going to cut him from this.
Yeah, but that is my medical.
They're not taking off.
Yeah.
And it's taking,
Ada apa?
taking.
Apa yang pas bang?
This is you guys' lowest score for the season.
And this is 7 a.m. I'm very lost. I'm more than 4. I would think so.
4 wickets.
Again, that's every.
And the ball.
One Johnson. Yes. I think we almost on thing. I read the number after 117 and we scored 180 after 9.
Okay. The score is 140 for 7 after 36 overs.
Sir, order this crap,
What brand is it? Before you dive in. Yeah, man. Which, my first one?
Yeah.
4,000?
Yep.
What? This is for you, dive in. Something, buy.
that's all that.
Your teaching.
Wicked. That's Thompson. Got Scott. Eric. Who's that going in?
Okay, walking.
Karambol,
King?
Weeks.
King?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Karambol weeks.
Yeah.
For 7.
Yeah.
8 for 144.
Tell anybody?
Oh. To the gym.
Two to King.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Right, yeah.
White?
Yeah. Finger.
Thank you, the king.
Yeah.
Washington.
150.
And how about over 4 and 110?
Aaron Wicks is bowling 5, 9, 10.
score because this thing went off?
The score is 154 for 8. That's the end of the first innings. And they have batted for 38 overs. So Franklin Stevenson Academy need 155 of 38 overs to win the game. We'll be back. We're going for lunch and be back in 20 minutes.
Okay.
travels with sore toes. And now we see young Jade Skeet Maxwell coming off. I thought he was actually doing a jig and dance and a celebration, but he's come off now limping. And he wants to get some attention to his knee. I wonder if that knee hit the ground or if one of the players actually hit the ground. Actually hit his knee, but got a single to Malik Young, and so Young on 2, and the score is 2 for 2.
No, it kind of like this one. Yeah, I got nice. Yeah.
So, Kyron King now, he's got 2 slips and a 4th slip and a backward point. And Malik Young driving into the offside. Bouncing off the knee, and Young calling for the single halfway down the pitch. Leacock not interested at all in that run, and so it looked a little bit dangerous there for a while. The ball coming off the extra cover's knee and going sort of behind the bowler. Kyron King now, he's got 2 slips. Extra cover recovered. Young got back into his crease. 2 for 2. Young driving into the offside. Beautifully driven down the ground there by Malik Young. Covering up and driving straight down the ground. Really looked for 3. There was a chance of it. Young lad Dequan Phillips. Edmund Barrett. Sorry, one young lad, I've forgotten his name, but he was a little bit not very quick to chase after. He's not the most athletic young man. I think he needs to put some work in there. That was a lovely shot there by Malik Young, covering up very carefully, watching that ball come off the pitch and up onto the bat. And nice high left elbow, playing it straight down the pitch, past the bowler. And on a lot of surfaces, they could have run very close to the boundary or in it. But good cover in the grass here at UWI, but it's not the shortest in a sense. 2 runs. Malik Young on 4. Short, and Young pulls, misses, and the umpire opens those arms and signals that that was a wide. Past the bowler. And on a lot of surfaces, they could have run very close to the boundary or in it, but good cover in the grass here. So 5 runs on the board. 5 for 2, Franklin Stevenson Academy. So 2 runs. Again, different settings where we've had good starts and early wickets. Here the wickets weren't that early as Kyron King bowls abroad, and the umpire opens his arms and signals that it was not quite close enough to the playing surface to be allowed. 6 runs on the board, 6 for 2. Settings where we've had good starts and early wickets. Kyron King from the south. Young walking into that one, looking for the big drive. He's the captain of the team. He's not too mindful that they lost a couple of wickets. He will play in his manner. He got a little bit of a ribbon from the lads in the last occasion. He was at the crease that he batted quite a long time. I think he batted about 6 odd balls and scored 28, and that's not normally his Kyron King. MO, and he wants to change. Young walking into that one, looking for a big drive. He's at 4-slip region. He got a hand to it. No, he didn't. But it was a man from the second occasion. He was at the crease that he slipped, chased back and got it. Once was the backward quite a long time. He looked quite over. I was quite close to him, but then somebody else thought he was picking it up. It was the first slip that went back to get it. 2 more to Young. Score going on to 7. 8. 8 for 2. Young getting the full toss and driving on the ground. Beautiful shot there, running away and runs crashing into the boundary. Oh my goodness. Could not stop him. Ran all the way up the aisle of that seating area and half Kyle slipped on the hard surface and went down, but his partner next to him, his teammate, sort of went down with him and picked him up, and he's coming back with a bit of a smile on his face, so all is well. He's signaling now that he's fine. But that was a little bit scary. There's obviously some different steps there, about 2 feet, 2.5 feet wide each, and if you go down and hit one of those with your hip, it could be a pretty sad situation there, running onto them with spikes as well. See that you've got the metal spikes shoes, hold you very well on corner. A little scary, but the young man, all well that ends well. 4 runs to Young, 12. Short and Young pulls high, hard, and very, very far. And the umpire raises his arms to say the same. 6 runs. Malik Young in no nonsense mode today. He's been a little short runs. I think he's got a 1/2 century. I've got to check again this season. But you're not going to get away with bowling those to Malik Young right now in this mode at all. Malik Young, he did have one pull that he missed that went through to the keeper, but this one was high, hard, and handsome over forward square and down into the university complex near Sherlock Hall somewhere for a massive 6. So joy to Kyron King taking the wicket of Keir Graham in the first over. Second over, he runs on to the bat of Malik Young, and that is 4-6 to finish the over. Score now 18-2. So that'll be Achilles Brown, and he will be bowling to Jaden Leacock, coming in from the south. Taking the wicket of Keir Graham in the first over. Second over, he runs on to the bat of Malik Young, and that is 4-6 to finish the over. Score now 18-2. So the Achilles Brown, and he will be bowling to Jaden Leacock, coming in from the south. Taking the wicket of Keir Graham in the first over. Second over, he runs on to the bat of Malik Young. 4-6 to finish the over. Score now 18-2. So the Achilles Brown, and he will be bowling to Jaden Leacock, coming in from the south.
it's 26 for 2 in over number 5. It's 26 for 2 in over number 5. It's 26 for 2 in over number 5. The score is now 31 for 2 after 6 over. The score is now 31 for 2 after 6 over. The score is now 31 for 2 after 6 over. The score is now 31 for 2 after 6 over. And Academy lost the third wicket for 31 for 3. And in walks Jaden Roberts. And Academy lost the third wicket for 31 for 3. And in walks Jaden Roberts. And Academy lost the third wicket for 31 for 3. And in walks Jaden Roberts. And Academy lost the third wicket for 31 for 3. And in walks Jaden Roberts. And the score after 7 overs is 41 for 3. And the score after 7 overs is 41 for 3. And the score after 7 overs is 41 for 3. And the score after 7 overs is 41 for 3. And another wicket has fallen. The score is now 47 for 3, and Jaden Leacock is gone. In walks Kimani Richardson. And another wicket has fallen. The score is now 47 for 3, and Jaden Leacock is gone. In walks Kimani Richardson. And another wicket has fallen. The score is now 47 for 3, and Jaden Leacock is gone. In walks Kimani Richardson.
Where's dog for?
You sure? Who gave out the money? Alright, sure. No, you can go first. You can name it was last year, yeah?
Yeah, then the cup now got out.
This is 8 overs at one.
Yeah, over. Then over here, bowling.
Yeah.
Who gave out the money? Alright, sure.
47? Yeah.
You can name it was last year.
Yeah, then 47 for 4 after 8. Then the cup now got out.
This is 8 overs at one.
Yeah, over. Then over here, bowling.
Score is 47 for 4 after 8 overs. Academy needs 68 runs off 120 balls to win.
Yeah.
47 for 4 after 8. Then the cup now got out.
This is 8 overs at one.
Score is 47 for 4 after 8 overs. Academy needs 68 runs off 120 balls to win. Score is 47 for 4 after 8 overs. Academy needs 68 runs off 120 balls to win. Score is 47 for 4 after 8 overs. Academy needs 68 runs off 120 balls to win.
The opponents, and now he's going to get some back. But he's a young man. I wouldn't say he's overconfident, but he's looking for confidence because he's just anxious to get in there. And he tucks this one off the hip. It's running away down backwards square, and Roberts just pulls up at the far end to say, "Save your legs, Kimani." That's 4 runs. So Kimani will get some of his own back there. Drove, played on the off stump and missed, and a lot of cackles and so on coming. So the guys who are teasing him, he's trying to give some back. So when he plays, a little bit off balance and beating, maybe a little bit of movement. Maybe they are not covering the line of delivery well, but a lot of chatter coming from the keeper and slip cordon. And Kimani Richardson wouldn't mind because he gives it himself and he expects to get it back. So 4 more brings up the 50, 53. And Richardson drives, and that is brilliantly stopped there at Gully. The man at backward point, he was off, but he wasn't going to pull that back in a hurry. But Cuddy moving to his left very quickly, Kimani being left-handed, and Gully took it down with 2 hands way to his left and tried to throw it back. So good cricket there, good fielding. Lovely looking shot by Kimani Richardson. 53 for 4 after 9 overs. Malik Young, last wicket to go, and he was not a happy man at all. Came off very, very annoyed. Threw a punch at the door, and I'm happy that it was a glancing blow. The door was open slightly with that punch. That could have happened, anything could have happened there, broken finger or something. But concerned, he's complaining that it was a bit high as well as rushing in. But it was a long time. The appeals came and they came again and again and again, and the umpire stood. It felt like 2 minutes before that hand came up, and that's always a sign that the umpire is that unsure. And there's no way that that finger should be coming up. And short and no bounce at all. Roberts is in behind at the top and playing it straight down the pitch. He's got a feel for it. That ball was banged in short and only rose to about bail high from Achilles Brown. Continuing from the north, Achilles Brown 2 has Kyron King. Brown 2 for 15. He's into over number 5. And the drive and miss. Very powerful young man this, and he's going to get a bit of a lick from Brown as well. Jaden Roberts is going to hit through the line there. And you need shot selection. There's no real issue with the overs. 28 overs to get 115 runs. And so just to occupy the crease, but there's not, that's never just in these boys' minds. It's going to be not getting it done, it's how we do it. Malik Young was doing it beautifully. He continued his normal batting, even though wickets were falling. And you expect that the other lad same. Roberts loves to go over the top. He's a powerful young man. But we know that the longer you spend at the crease, the easier that is. And seeing that one banged in from Achilles Brown and only coming to the stump high, I guess that you're going to be a little bit more mindful that it is something different in the pitch here. It doesn't have that real bounce and carry. We saw a bit of it, a bit of bounce when the covers had just come off and the moisture was there fresh, but that is a slightly slower delivery there from Achilles Brown. All rounder opens the batting and opens the bowling. Brown. So 53 for 4, Franklin Stevenson Academy. Patroned by the Arbibs, Sir Martin and Sally. Thank you all for coming on board. Thank you, Sir Martin. Hope you're enjoying your golf. I know that you guys had a round yesterday in your unique competition at Westmoreland. Achilles Brown, short into the body area, tucked into the onside. Roberts is going for the single. Richardson says no, and very rightfully so. This one almost straight to the man at that square, and the man at the back of the square just took 2 steps and picked it up, and he was ready to fire it at the crease, so fired at the stumps. Very good take by Joshua Morris. Roberts had time after being sent back to get back into his crease. So good call in there by Kimani Richardson. Achilles Brown, just outside of the off stump, down that line on channel of uncertainty, and beats Roberts. It's true to the keeper. I thought the forward push looked a little bit hesitant there. Maiden over by Achilles Brown. So after your 5th over, it'll be a maiden over to a guy who's just played a couple of exquisite shots. It says that you're in your stride. So Achilles Brown now calling for the helmet. No, actually the helmet's going on for the keeper, who's going to be standing up, sorry. So 53 for 4, maiden over there by Achilles Brown. Batsman at the crease, Jaden Roberts, and he is on 10, and Kimani Richardson. Kimani Richardson, he has 4. Batsman dismissed was Kia Graham for Duck, Jordan Reefer for Duck, Malik Young for 17, and Jim Leacock for 17. So some rebuilding to be done by the academy lads, and looking to see who's going to say, I'll do this and just back through the innings, or they're going to continue with their flair. And I think that the flair is the main part of it. You know, you want to enjoy yourself and show what you're about. There'll be enough time in life for tenseness and so on, and so they will be looking to put that stamp of flair on what they do here today, and it won't be interfered with by head coach. Short and getting no bounce at all. This one was back of a length and really short. Kimani Richards looking to get back, and this ball stayed very low, and he played it back down the pitch. Richardson looking to drive with a horizontal bat there. Probably his way of combating the low bounce that he saw on that first delivery. Off spinner. Short. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Kimani Richardson. This one was angling towards middle leg. Richardson playing very straight to negotiate any lower bounce. And now they're asking the side screen to asking the players to move, and some very unsportsmanlike behavior now from the UWI boys. You've got a large contingent sitting right on the side screen, and that is not the place to sit to watch cricket at all. You should know better than that, and that's Clark, what's his first name again, and young coaches and so on. So a little bit, but Kimani Richardson doing the right thing, asking them to step away, and he's looking to find some room. There is no room really. The off spinner not turning away. It's coming on and quite low. Richardson again playing with that horizontal bat. It was quite close to the off stump, but got enough bat onto it to keep it down in the offside, going towards the cover, but no room to free his hands. Forward this time to full length delivery. The bowler's name? Phillips. Dracon Phillips from the northern end. Dracon Q. Wide, and Richardson cutting this one down into the ground. Fielded one-handed there by Kyron King and flicked back to the keeper. So Dracon Phillips coming up with a maiden. It shows that it's going to be hard work batting the spinners in the afternoon here at UWI. Yes, ball seeming to keep quite low. First ball from Dracon Phillips is back of a length. And Richardson getting back and finding that the ball did not make it above the sticker height on the stumps, and he had to play it quite with a straight bat. So it makes it quite tough for batsmen to manipulate the spin bowlers when they can't get any bounce to work with. And the spinners then making sure that they're already over pitch, and even when they're over pitch, it's hard to lift the ball because it's getting so low. So it would be a surface that would assist spinners. So Achilles Brown, this one is driven, and it's through the hands of the man at mid-on, and backed up very quickly by the man at mid-off, and the single there was called for by it would be Jaden Roberts, and he would have been struggling, I think, if that ball was straight at the stumps at the bowler's end. They never run on the misfield, and that didn't go very far at all, but all's well that ends well for Jaden Roberts. He makes it to the other end, and so that's a single. Takes the score to 54. And Achilles Brown bowling to Kimani Richardson, back of a length, and Richardson pushes it down on the onside, comes off the inside half to back onto the onside, and there's no run. So 4 wickets going down, and some very poor start with the bat by the academy boys. Kimir Green did get an absolute beauty, but that's after he was dropped first ball, essaying a big drive outside of the off stump, and then he got one on the 4 for 5th delivery, starting on middle and hitting off from Kyron King. So the bowlers getting into their stride, bowling back of a length, they know their surface, and this is Something that's quite general. I found that over the years, we've been going to England quite often to the West of England Schools Festival, and we recognize that cricket is really on the rise in England, and that the higher the standard, the better the bowlers. And last year we played under 12, and I found some very good steady stuff from the bowlers, never leaving their line, and no real half volleys either. So something that you'll recognize some people who are dedicated to the game. They'll put the time in, and then when they let the ball go, they've got a general idea of the line and the length that it's going to be on. Batsmen then have to organize the proper footwork and all, negotiate runs. And here, this is one of the surfaces you got to really, really work hard on. Especially the bowlers don't give you anything like that. Back of a length and on the line of the stumps, the ball batsman can't say, well, it's, you know, in Australia, for instance, you get to Australia, you bowl back of a length, and you go, ooh, when the batsman leaves it. But he's so confident that it's going to bounce over the stumps from that length. And there are not many places in the world that you can actually find that happening, where you get pitches like these where you bowl back of a length and you better move your bootlaces out at the right times. And that's what we found at England last year. It was such good weather. And the ball kept really, really low. You know, batsmen struggled. And Kimani Richardson pulls, and it comes off what? If he pulled at that ball and it goes to first slip, then it looks as though it could come off his hip maybe, I don't know, but he's not rubbing anywhere. Joshua Morris going to to his left and not get into it. And it seemed to bounce onto the leg, the shin of the first fielder, who rolled around in supposed agony on the ground, and he's getting some attention from his fellow teammates. So they're probably jeering by now that he's a bit of a baby in the city, so he's had enough. He's got enough and he's ready to continue. So short ball, banged in, and Kimani Richardson going for the pull. And a little bit late on it, not sure it came off the back of the bat, but left-hander pulling towards mid-wicket, forward square. And the ball going to the left of the wicket keeper. And I don't know if the keeper got a hand to it, but it somehow crashed into the shin of the first fielder. 54 for 4. Dre Con Phillips to continue, I'm sure. 1 over 1 made from the northern end. We now do have some patchy sky, patchy cloud. And quite a bit of blue around, sky around. So, although cloud or rain on our parades here. Dre Con Phillips. He's ready to go to Jaden Roberts. Why did he off stump? Roberts getting back and saying a dab, sort of dab cut. Not a convincing shot, but not making contact. And now we see Joshua Morris moving the long on in Mackay Simmons a bit straighter. Is he signaling to put it into Jaden Roberts' head that is a long on? Well, Roberts doesn't bother because the full length Libby drives through the offside. The fielder there decided to pick it up and backhand it to the mid-off, decides the extra cover, sorry. Backhands it to the cover fielder, who does not hold on to it. So then Roberts contemplated a third, but it wasn't far enough away to essay that third run. So 2 to Roberts, moving the score on to 57. 57 for 4. Franklin Stevenson Academy, I made into over number 14. 13, so we started from the northern end. Drake on Phillips. On the off stump and tentatively pushed into the offside. There's a long off and a long on. And Morris spending a lot of time directing the field at long on. So he's really putting it into Roberts' head. That fielding position. And he Let's see what it brings. Robert has been quite astute so far. A young man that doesn't really give it away. He's got a lot of power, and he's also got the ability to knock it around. A lot of power to control, causes concentration at times. And so that helps him put runs on the board. He's been a dangerous player for the academy for the season already. Been the number one bat, really, for the academy, Jaden Roberts. Driving into the offside, pushing into the offside, and a deepish sort of short extra cover would be quite close to the 30-yard circle in that position, actually, if it was one. Robert swings this one to the mid wicket, getting it very low on the full, not being able to get under it, and so it goes all along the ground to the man of that position, and just a single. 58 for 4. Another 57 runs required, or 14 overs. Richardson, full length delivery. Oh! Just pushing this one into the cover region. The young man that was aiming towards, he just like stood up. Instead of running at the ball, he just stood up tall and decided to walk in towards it. And between Kimani Richardson and Jaden Roberts, calling for that short single and getting it. Funny thing is that I saw an applause from the keeper for some reason after that short single was taken. $59 for 4 after 13 overs. 15 overs remaining. 56 runs required. Jelani Mosley, the new bowler from the southern end. And this one is driven into the offside behind point. And got angled back drive again by Kimani Richardson. Fielded in that position. I think we need the door is in position where it's wet in the game.
That is,
You can go higher.
close the door. One on the door.
I'm not. In my world, come to the far close to the get some view.
Get it, Andy? Right?
Very hot. Mostly driven, and the pace onto the drive seems to carry dry surface now. The dust is puffing off the surface. Tells me it's a clay surface that dries out really quickly. Kind of feels sprinkled with the 3 interruptions that we've had. Full length there for Mosley, trapped by Kimani Richardson. So it can build to a crescendo as we see a joyful looking Jordan Reefer walking past and tapping, saying hi. He's not too perturbed about his duck today, as the wide is signaled. Mostly going down the leg side. And this one is tucked into the leg side behind behind square. Robert's not happy about that run, but it wasn't Kimani Richardson call, it was Robertson's call. Single to Richardson as the water break comes. 61 4 after 14 overs. 61 4 after 14. 54 runs required. I'm noticing that we gotta find a suit for Coach Ivan. He doesn't have a suit. Okay, we'll leave the water there. Diligent work, little runs. All right. This is Boyce. This is going to stretch her legs. I'm going to stretch my eyebrows at times, but actually getting a bit more of a breeze in this corner. One person considers that it was a bit hot, and so they raised it up. But in my near corner, felt a bit hot myself, but it's feeling a whole lot better now with the air conditioning. So I'm not going to chat to the boys. I think that there's enough in it to, actually I might do so. 61 for 4, water break, and you'll hear me shortly little one. 61 for 4, 50. 4 runs required from 14 overs. But it's a very dry surface, and it's not getting more and more difficult to get the ball off square. But that's only the batsman not getting it. If the batsman gets it, I'm sure they can take the option to up the ante, the long way back and left. It's only to the lower order.
You not eat? Nee? Wat? Monica! I saw what camera. I know. Well, that was my brother. Good afternoon. 61 or 14 off.
Yeah.
That's correct?
61 for 4 of 14 overs. 54 to
All right.
Oh, I see you guys were all last week. Huh? When I see all that sweet, I get ugh. Yeah. I haven't used like sugar in a really, really long time. For a few weeks now, I'm all the sugar. So now when I see the sugar, it crawls my skin. Huh? Nope, nope. No sugar for me. No sugar. I drink tea without sugar, I drink water, no sugar. Just on a non-sugar diet. It's Franklin Stevenson. Go on, Elmer, tell me something. Okay, Phillips is bowling. And we're good to go. I'm fire rated on here unless there's not an easy. Phillips, yeah?
All I have to do is get it.
Richardson.
So what will be happening is that you need to get them.
Turn down to fine leg, backward square fine leg, and that's 2 runs to Jaden Roberts. 64 for 4. Into over number 15, and it's after the water break. There will be 1 water break now. Again, reduced to 28 overs. 115 required by the Flying Season Academy. So good tight stuff, driven into the ground and back to the bowler. And there's no run. So the Quan Phillips. Powerful drive down the ground, getting it low on the full is Roberts in a single down to long on positions. 65 for 4. So a bigger arena here, one of the bigger arenas that we will play on for the year. University of West Indies. And the surface not really conducive to lifting the ball somehow.
65 after 50. Something of it.
clay surface, but it dries out really quickly, and generally there's dust spots and so on. But, I don't know, you know, here they would have had a lot of advice as to what surface to put down. And I know that the outfield's got a lot of sand to promote the growth of the foreign grass that they have. I know the groundsman's complaining that as soon as the dry period comes in, the grass really dries out quickly. But when you put the solid turf in, you need to be wetting it on a regular basis, so you need that water supply. Full from Mosley, driven powerfully back to the bowler, through the hands of Mosley, and the mid-off comes off the boundary. He fires the return to the far end. I don't think that's going to catch Kimani Richardson off guard, as he just ambled into the crease for the long single, moving the score on to 66 for 4. 15 overs on 1 ball. Jaden Roberts goes on to 18. Kimani Richardson is on 7. Not really the amount of balls that they face, but they do have 28 overs fired in the full length delivery there. Arm ball pretty much, cricket delivery. That in York outside the line of the off stump to Kimani Richardson, just blocks it into the offside. 24 ball wide, and Richardson looking for the catch shot. The appeal going up, and Joshua Morris hard to trust in a sense. You will understand why, but the appeal going up, and Kimani Richardson looks very disdainful at the fact that they've actually appealed for it. The umpire is on move from the far end there. Richardson, you know, he loves to claim, but not many fielders move. I didn't see the board doing much appealing there. Flighted, getting it on the full, driving into the offside, but straight to the man at that cover position. No run. There's a short third man, backward point for the off spinner bowling to the left-hander, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Squarish cover. Richardson getting forward, half cock, and the appeal goes up, and the umpire again says not out. Half cock there, Richardson. Bowler bowling from around the wicket, so the natural angle will be taken that across the batsman. If it pitches on line, it should be going across the batsman. There's a lot of chatting, so Richardson is coming back to really refusing to take his guard until the chat stops. In order to hit the stumps, now he's got to bowl it off the line. If it pitches outside, then there's no chance of an LBW to the left-hander. And that's where the off-spinners need to bowl around the wicket to left-handers. And there's the big appeal going up, but the umpire not moved at all. And naturally, rightfully so. The only way he can bowl a length ball to get an LBW is if he actually bowls a carom ball or a leg break. 66 for 4 after 16 overs. And it will be Dequan Phillips to continue from this northern end. There's a big appeal going up, but the umpire. Jaden Roberts, he's got long off and long on. Down there waiting, and Roberts won't take him on. As yet, it's not quite the pitch and not quite the time. Situation, 66 for 4. And he does take on the mid-wicket this time, and he beats them both, the mid-wicket and forward square, down on one knee and swinging this one over the mid-wicket region, squarish mid-wicket region, and that beats the mid-wicket and the forward square into the boundary for 4. So welcome boundary there for Roberts. Show that he shoot, pick his deliveries. 70 now on the board, 70 for 4. And for front runners who are normally posting 3 figures and big scores on the board and then defending them, to be chasing now in sort of difficult circumstances. This one is hit powerfully straight down the ground, and long on coming around very quickly to his left and picking that ball up first bounce, the first or second bounce, and firing a lovely return on the bounce, hustling off the screen surface right over the top of the middle stump, just a single. Single to Roberts, moving the total on to 71. Richardson now forward, blocking it into the offside. Left hand, right hand combination. Not really foiling the bowlers too much to bowl any wides or loose deliveries. They know that they can bowl back with length on the surface and be meaningful. And they're down the leg side. Just when I said actually, Richardson trying to lap this one cheekily, not really putting a big effort in. Just if I don't hit it, then I'll take a wide. And he didn't get it fine off the bat to run down the fine leg. And so he took a wide, 72-4. On the leg stump, nudged into the onside, and that first step, looking for the single, and that can very often get the non-striker committing, and then struggling to get back into his crease, and so all's well that ends well. Rich Roberts very mindful of the exuberance of Richardson wide, and Richardson having to think about having a flash at that, and the field was set for it as well. There's a short extra cover. Mid-off is quite close, and the cover wasn't too deep at all, it was wide. Richardson decided that this question should be the better part of Vanner, and he's actually left that one. But we thought this would give him a little bit more for the pitch, and so it wouldn't get away for long, or depends. He may actually take it on later and make a mistake getting up to it, but the field was set for that. The delivery just not be put away over the infield and the offside. But 72-4. After 17 overs, 11 overs remaining, 43 runs required, and so the boys know that just to change the game wouldn't be a problem, so they just want to be astute. Roberts getting one on the onside on the middle leg. He's good to work this one into the onside, and it came off the leading edge, goes into extra cover. Single being taken there. Fourth shot. So playing for turn, that wasn't there. Got to watch him. Richardson driving, and this one gets through the man at that backward point position. Cleaned up by the sweeper. And the single, 74-4. And we enter over number 18. 10 overs after this. 41 runs required. Roberts down the pitch, and he works this one backward to square. The man at backward, yes, he's coming for the second. The man at backward went to his left, and he's done a little bit finer because he's got a forward square on the boundary, but no fine legs. So he's trying to cover the fine leg region as well. This one was just left to the right of the umpire, and he dived away to his left and probably got a hand to it. But 2 runs. Roberts getting the full toss and not hitting it well. But he gets it down to that mid-wicket position, that's forward square, just a single. So they're trying everything. Here we got the bowler now trying that. Started mostly trying the full toss on leg stump to see if he can get which is the ball out to the mid-wicket region. Roberts not timing that one very well. Was hitting it aerially as we have these 2 individuals. Ladies very oblivious to what's happening, walking straight across the side screen.
77-4.
You can expect a lot of that. I had to go and clean up the area in front of the northern end where the kids were playing cricket.
38.
And they shouldn't really be playing cricket there while the ball is delivered from the northern end. Signal coming from Richard, from Roberts, nobody is seeing. I'll go and rebuke them. If they are watching cricket, they can see back. What's happening here? He's taking it for so long, but you can see the signal. You guys are watching cricket? But he's signaling for so long, you guys watch and you can't see. He gets signaling, but it's all you can't see because nobody wants to get. It's so important that you guys, what's happening? Sure. We can't focus on what's happening here. I saw you guys walk up the back. We walk up the back, and nobody was ready to go back already. Oh, this is the part of the now. You know why the dressing area is only for players so you guys can actually focus on what's happening up there. The guy is signaling, he's batting for you and he's signaling for someone but you can't see. Imagine that. So important in your own minds that you are that you can't see what's happening up here. Come on, man. I've done my advocate thing there. I won't say devil's advocate, but we've got young lad at the crease batting away. He's calling to the dressing room. Nobody can see him. You got everybody sitting out under the patio here, but then everything is going on. Everybody's in between them. They're chatting away and laughing away. Nobody can see the batsman signaling for about, I don't know, a minute or so. So many things you got to teach people, and you know, trying to teach is like you're the devil's advocate. But we got to stick to it because it ain't happening really. Listen.
78 and 19.
Focus out there. I'm going to clear that area, all right? I want a better focus out there. The single to Roberts, lofted down the ground, but is a long off in position. So the field is 7-1, looking quite tight, and then the boundary riders, they are, right now for Richardson, just two of them, long off, long on, but they're having a little creep up as Mackay Simmons is asking the middle wicket to go back. He's given Kimani some respect. And Kimani's almost yorked his call for the single, and he didn't know where that one went. The throw is not a very good throw, and it should be a second run, and yes, it is. So Lawson is losing a little bit of awareness there. The UWI team, the man at that mid-off position, should have been covering that throw to the bowler's end. It was a poor throw on the bowler, not really doing well to field to his own bowling because the throw came into him and he just put on with one hand. So 2 to Richardson. Full length, wide. Richardson smashing it and it goes through the hands along the ground, albeit of the man that backward point position. Richardson come back for the second, and Roberts just taking it easy and ambling for the second run. Has had a few challenges with all the athletics that he's been doing at school, with shin splints and sore bunion. Young men asked to put the body through a lot, of course, and you wouldn't have it any other way. You just got to see what comes out on the other side. We've all had it. But you're looking for athletes, gladiators on the other side. Flighted, middle and leg, nudged into the onside. Thought about the single, but Roberts is the last person right now that's looking for any real short singles. And he's just getting his range on this pitch. 83 for 4, we into over number 20. Richardson driving and knocked down, knocked away by the man at that cover position. Got down on his knees actually to feel that one. The young man took that brilliant catch to dismiss Jordan Reefer, and he did not stop that one cleanly, and so the single came. 84 of 20 overs. The umpires have called over. So 84 for 4, recovering from a position of 54, I think with fourth wicket, 47 when the fourth wicket went down. So we've had 37 partnership here between these two. And we're going to have a change of bowling at the northern end. It's going to be Mackay Simmons. I'm not sure what Mackay is bowling these days. It was off breaks, then it was leg breaks. Oh, it's leg breaks now. So Mackay Simmons, leg breaks. I noticed that the score didn't say leg breaks and googlies. So they can't tell the batsman he's got a googly in his hand as well. He's bowling leg breaks. So Mackay Simmons, opening partner of Achilles Brown, and Achilles Brown opened at the bowling as well. So 84 for 4, Franklin Stevenson Academy here at University of the West Indies, and having lost some early wickets is seeming quite tight stuff. But the Academy team recovering. This one blocked into the offside, bit of a cane cutter mode bat there, very angled bat, and playing it with the bottom edge of the bat. It would normally be the inside edge, but at that angle becomes the bottom edge. And no run. Simmons, and that doesn't look a leg break, that looks more like an off break coming out there. Maybe he's trying to take it away from the left-hander. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary. There's no sweeper, as there's no asking the cover man to go a little bit deeper, maybe towards the, like an edge of what circle, where a circle would be. So not really geared to saving the single, but then you got to make sure it's straight at him because there is he's asked to go deeper. He's not a happy chappy actually. A lot of hand signals and he's coming in very quickly. He wants to be a part of the party. And blocked again by Richardson. So not very complicated stuff, but just asking the batsman to make his own way. And after bowling four balls, Mackay Simmons now sends his long off back and his sweeper as well. Back punching, looking for that gap, finds it in a way, but then the man at the cover, extra cover, gets the foot out I know the man at that cover position that was sent back, he's arguing, well, if I was here, that wouldn't have happened. So a lot of hand signals coming from the man at the cover position, and he's not happy to be sent out. But not for Richardson batting for sure, but now that Roberts is on strike, he's a very happy man to go right back onto the boundary at that mid-wicket position. Right hand on strike. So 85 for 4. Into over number 21. And the umpire's holding up Mackay Simmons, and he's very astute to set his field. He's got a long on the boundary, long off. He's about 5 yards off the boundary, and he's got a sweeper as well. And he's got 3 men sitting on the onside. And Roberts goes down the pitch, finds a wide delivery from Mackay Simmons, who saw him coming. And Roberts, those very long legs, looking more like a giraffe there at one stage, just sliding that right leg back. He couldn't turn to run back, so he charged down the pitch and then actually slid his right leg back. Keeper took the bills, ball got past, keeper took the bills, but the umpire just came to fix them back, saying that that long leg had stretched back into the crease. So maybe he choreographed it, or maybe Mackay Simmons knew what was coming. He's going to be very mindful of the power of Jaden Roberts. And Roberts has batted quite a few balls and hasn't cleared the boundaries yet. And so Mackay Simmons is going to be saying, well, he's not going to do it off me in a hurry. He's bowling a wide ball, but not too wide, because obviously it would have transgressed and signaled the wide. But wide of the tram line that Roberts was coming down and through to the keeper. 85 for 4, 21 overs gone. 28 overs contest, so 7 overs remaining. And of those 7 overs, the Academy needs 30 runs for victory. A little bit of a delay as Mosley organizes his field. He's bowled 4 overs so far, none for 14. And he wants his field well set for Richardson, who is now concerning, and he's got to wait too long. So shake of the head, shake of the hands. The umpire still got his hand out. The keeper is calling, and so Richardson decides, okay, you're ready, I'm ready too. Calls it into the offside. Keeper comes behind, Thompson picks it up. Malik Young, captain now, he's got a pair of gloves for somebody, I guess it would be Roberts. Driven at, missing, was that back and through to the keeper. So flighted delivery on the off stump from Mosley, finding some turn and beating the outside edge of a driving back there from Kimani Richardson. Mosley. Driven into the offside and well fielded by the man at that square cover position. The sweeper not brought into play to fetch that one. Mosley flighting and knocked into the onside, and oh, again Roberts is not happy with the call. Running, but then he's complaining, you're not going to run with one single, you're just starting too slow. All right, Kimani very dogged at the crease there, and Roberts not very happy with the seemingly short single, although he thought it was a quite easy run. Just that if he's having problems pinning his legs, then he should up the ante and knock the ball out to the ground. But he can't ask Kimani not to call for the single. Kimani not finding the single in the offside, he's turning the ball to the onside. Robert slaughtered his blocks, and then he's agreed that Richardson for calling the single. So not quite the way. A lot of singles out there, and if you're not going to be running them, you're not going to get a runner. Up the ante and clear the boundary. So I'll give you the score just now. $87. And Simmons to bowl to Roberts. He wasn't too happy. He bowled Roberts a wide one. Roberts will look to up the ante. This one is smashed to the offside, and that's 4 runs. So the wider delivery won't be working now. Roberts not coming down the wicket. And bowling it wider is just going to be giving him some room to free the arms. But if he's going to be throwing the legs and can't run the singles, then that's what he's got to do. He's a power player. He's a guy that can knock it around. But it was saddened to see his antics there when called for that short single. It was a single. But he was slow to the block. So Roberts, wide and inside of the rules of play. So Simmons working on that wide line, but that's just going to give Roberts freedom of arms. So he's hoping that Roberts miss hits. This time he's straighter, pushing this one through a little bit. And block back down the pitch. You know, man, close the door, they come in, hold it close. Simmons to Roberts. Short will length, Roberts get back on the stage through the offside. So no real pace and bounce to use off the pitch. You got to make it all yourself. And the spinners, they know it. Wide, and this one not making the height, skidding through to the keeper. So 4 balls gone in the over, 4 runs off the over so far. 5 balls. Wide, play to the man backward point. Well fielded. Sorry, that's the over. End of the over. 91 for 4. 8 extras. So the Franklin Houston Academy now needing 24 runs from 5 overs. 23 overs gone. Okay, 23 overs gone. 5 overs remaining, 24 runs required. So if it had to be Duckworth Lewis right now, or if it had to be the normal system, then the Academy will be behind because they were chasing 4. 4.1, 4.2. Right now they require 6 runs, sorry, 5 runs. 1 run. Very slow down with the Kimani, that's the buy. 5 overs, 24 runs. So just under 5 and over. By coming off the first ball. And that brings Robertson striking. New bowler, Darvin Bennett. Off break, flighted, powerfully driven through the offside. Simmons going to his left. Hard to move, but he had all his wits about him to one. Got a full body behind it. Hands then, not quite holding on cleanly, but it was there so quickly and the return coming in and just a single. Arm ball. I think he needs a little bit of a jib because he's not really batting with any real purpose at the moment. On this one, gets off the outside edge and runs away to that 3rd man position for 4. Just want to got out of the seat to have a shot to Richardson. He delivery outside line of the off stump and gets 4 runs. Yes, and anytime you get a bit of a blip in the microphone, you know that some instructions are going out there. Oh, no, you're not going to get any short singles, young man. You might have to bat a little bit later if you're going to not be able to get the ball to square like this, but very limited shot selection. Like, don't like that angled bat outside of the off stump. 17 required now from 24 balls. And we see the score is just a little bit slow, so probably the occasion of the game or the state of the game. So when I looked at the screen, I saw 26 balls, but actually the umpire called over, so it was 24 balls left. So 17 from 24 balls. Daquan Phillips coming back, replacing Micaiah Simmons, who wasn't successful. The 50 partnership came up. He had 51 partnerships so far between these two. Daquan Phillips. Flighted, and the big hit comes out. It's in the air for a long time and well taken. Brilliantly caught there by Shaquille Delph. Shakir Delph ran back and got caught up in the wind for sure because he was running for all his worth. It was over his head. He reached his hands out and stretched hands, but a real miss hit. Roberts not timing the ball as well as he would like today. He hasn't really had any powerful blows. And lofted flight to deliver outside the line of the off stump and wide. And Roberts, instead of getting in the middle of the bat, he got it outside the outside half of the bat and it lobbed. And it looks as though it was over the infield there, but a very well judged, well taken catch actually by Shakir Delph. Ran for all he was worth. Kept going, had belief in himself. The ball held up in the wind, going eastward. And Brown was able to reach hands out, get 2 hands to it. Yes, Bob Stevenson is gone. Well, I know it's a question of batting order. I think I leave it to the captain, actually. I go ask Malik Young what he thinks. The batsmen have crossed. New batsman Devon Stevenson. Tucked around the corner. Oh my goodness, what is happening? What is Devon Stevenson doing at all? Richardson getting a slightly delivery there, just tucking it around the corner. And this one he sweeps powerfully and through the legs. Turning blind. Turning blind and getting 2 runs. You gotta leave him with it. Quite disappointed that Kimani Richardson doesn't have any more attacking shots, really. And even a flighted ball, he's not hitting hard enough. Oh my goodness, and after all this time, Ball being tugged into the onside from a full length. No run. Shaquan Phillips, arm ball, and this one's hit back through the bowler. A little bit more urgency, but no real poise in the shot execution. Brings Devon Stevenson into strike, and Devon Stevenson not really known for his quick scoring ability. There's Johan Lane in the dressing room, but Devon Stevenson disappointed there that he didn't take that single that would nudge behind square. Looks as though he wasn't quite ready and mindful. If he's walked in and the ball's gone behind square like that, his call, and he was so late that the bowler actually, batsman, made the call and then had to change his mind. Deep field set, Devon Stevenson. And he's feeling powerfully this one. It goes straight to the man that back with square position, comes up to the boundary very quickly. So he showed that he's gonna look to play his shots to get these runs off the board. End of the over, which brought a wicket and four runs. 102. 102 for 5. And that's after 25 overs. We've got 3 overs remaining. 13 runs off 3 overs. Should normally be the biggest challenge. So 102 for 5. 13 runs required from 3 overs. Mackay Simmons, the new bowler from the southern end. Full ball and driven beautifully. Open back face, beats the inner ring, but it goes to the sweeper. Looking for the second ball coming out to the sun there. And Joshua Morris, can you close that door?
Hey, go. If you have things to say. Close the door, just close the door. You don't have to open your mouth.
103 for 5. 12 runs required. Mackay Simmons going around the wicket now to Kimani Richardson. Richardson tucking around the corner. What is the hand signals now from Devon Stevenson? I do not understand. Big hand signals. What is he saying? That he wants to run single to the keeper? Or that he's playing the wrong shot? Mackay Simmons pushing it through. Richardson hits it powerfully in the air. What a brilliant attempt at a catch there by the young man down at that mid-wicket position. He got 2 hands to it and could not hold on, but that's a fantastic effort. Moving to his left, the young man down there, who is that? And Kimani Richardson is being signaled for 1 shot. So the big effort there, the escape, but he didn't escape totally. Got back for the second, but that was a fantastic effort there by that young man. Not sure who the fielder is. Thompson, Shamar Thompson. Oh, what a brilliant effort. Give me that paper. Sharad Thompson. Let's get his name right. He didn't hold on to the ball. It was a massively fantastic effort. Diving away to his left in the outfield. Driven off the inside lower edge of the bat, and it goes pretty much straight to the long on. Devon Stevenson looking for the second, but the fielder has the ball in his hand. So that effort there to run 2 runs.
I want
Richardson. So that takes the score on to, can you tilt that screen towards me a little bit, please? 105 for 5, Mackay Simmons. Pushing it through, and Devon Stevenson goes for it over the top. It's come off the outside edge of the bat, and it goes over the infield, and they're going for the second, and they made it. Devon Stevenson very exuberant, pushing Kimani Richardson there for the second. And the fielders, I'm sure, didn't expect that because Richardson has been very thorough in his running, although he's been attempting the imaging singles but not going. Devon Stevenson there coming back for the second, surprising the fielder and Richardson, but making it comfortably. 107. Mackay Simmons. And the drive miss, and a miss by the keeper as well, and a scrambling single. And that could have been a stumping chance. Ended the over 108. Did not see a signal. Devon Stevenson, a lot of hand signals yet again. And every time this young man walks to the crease, he's actually been battling with Kimani Richardson, who is not sure of a few hand signals himself. But now he's hand signaling to the dressing room. And Malik Young walking the edge of the boundary, and he's giving information. Got some young lads part of the squad, the likes of Zachary Carter and Zion Brathwaite, and these boys are anxiously eager to get into the middle, whatever the situation, but we hope that they can actually analyze the game and know that they need to be well prepared when they walk to the middle. So they've got a lot of hard work to put into the nets and understand these situations. Close the door.
108, 26, yeah.
So 108, 7 runs required from 12 balls.
7 to win from 12 balls.
All right, the seamer comes back. It's Tyron King, the man who started the rock. And this one is smashed in the air, high, high, and a safe catch. Why do you want to hit the ball in the air with 7 runs required? Why do you want to swipe the ball up in the air with 12 runs required? Why would you want to swipe the ball up in the air with 12 runs required with 7 runs required from 12 balls? And you walk out as though you were a homecoming champion. Goodness gracious. Think about it. You can get them off this over. You just open the back fist and keep the ball on the ground if it gets past the infield that could be 4. Why do you want to hit the ball up in the air with 7 runs wanted off 12 balls? And you had a hit and you swing it, so you just walk to the crease. Do you see that happen before? You walk off here and get back to the door, you come out and listen to a champion or something, and you get away, you'll make it for no reason at all. You see me come back, just keep the ball on the ground, every ball is a single, and you swing the ball up in the air, give you a wicket. Oh my goodness. Not a ever control the ball properly. You're getting a single off every ball even. You really watch cricket play? Or you just play cricket in your head and go? Big count twice up in the air. You want 7 runs off of 12 balls and you come back in here. Listen, you're the umpire. But are you an umpire? Stand still and back this football. There's a new game in Barbados called cricket. The ball is lost all hope. He's coming over 2 steps. and the big expensive covers. The youngsters just gone straight across the covers with spikes, and all those thousands of dollars have just been compromised there. How could you put your covers there and then expect to cover your pictures with them? They're plastic. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, last ball, you can do that to everybody. They can't come no closer, and you will get these runs, but you like a big cow swipe. Up in here, you walk off and say you're the champion. How can anybody trust you to go and finish the game when you can play that sort of shot? Think about it. Oh, 7 was required. That was out. 6 runs. Johan Lane. Beaten outside of the off stump and through to the keeper. The score at the moment. What the score is, Zion? The score? Score. Oh my goodness, the score is gotta ask the score. I'm worried now. I asked the score for the score and they're asking themselves the score. No good asking the temporary scorecard. I'm hearing one from the last. My goodness, nobody's prepared for good cricket or tight cricket in Barbados, it looks like. Youngster goes out and lets go a big slug and walks out like a champion. He's caught almost at the wicket. And the guy's been batting for how long now? Oh my goodness, the scoreboard still has 106. What's the score, please?
I have 115.
Well, one scoreboard is stuck at 106, but yeah, definitely is. 115. And that's been the score now from the dressing room that they've counted them down 115. 1 run required from the last over.
The last over was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs. Up on there. 6 runs and last over.
Hi, Patrick.
Last over.
I think the scores got so excited that they forgot the score somehow. Well, one of them forgot the score for sure, but I don't know what. But that's the game. Oh, they went to the restroom and somebody else was scoring, but that's the game.
Just relax. Just relax.
Yeah, I think so.
What was it?
Got 2.
With the target? What was it?
115. 115.
Oh,
Oh, it was over then before this game, before this over. All right, here at University of West Indies in Cathedral Campus in the parish of St. Michael in Barbados, West Indies, the 8th round of matches. Here the Franklin Stevenson Academy taking on UWI, actually away to UWI, who've been unbeaten so far. UWI 152 for 8 of 28 overs, and of 38 overs. Revised target after 3 rain interruptions was that the academy needed 115 off 28 overs. And in the last over, I think really and truly the game was finishing before the last over. It was 115. But they will say that 27 overs on 1 ball, the Frank Simpson Academy achieved the winning target, and so UWI having been served their first loss. Now the academy takes over top spot, but it will be semi-finals and finals. So the University of West Indies have actually booked their place in the finals, in the semi-finals already. And today it was Hodershill Development at home in Hodershill to Carlton Young Lions. And Carlton do stand a chance. The third team in this equation will be Empire Youth, and they've already booked a place. I'm sure they had North Stars today, and they've garnished 4 points from North Stars, hook or crook. So Wanderers playing isolation. It'll be very interesting to see between Wanderers and Pickwick and Carlton, who are the ones to actually take that third place in the playoffs. But here, Franklin Stevenson Academy coming away victors over UWI juniors by 4 wickets. Tight stuff, and in the end, a very close game in a sense, but that's what it's about. We've got some pointers to have a look at, and then we've got what we need to work on in a sense, and hopefully these boys can start showing some focus and more dedication. We had some situations where we had batsmen in the middle signaling to the dressing room and nobody's taking notice of him because they're having a chat and they're so important themselves. They don't see the boys in the middle who are doing battle. And then some shot selections, some dismissals, and attention to detail that we've got to look at again. But it's fantastic, and it's very welcome to have this competition. It's going to say thanks to all our sponsors, Mr. Ian Armitage, Mr. Jim Brewer, Bill Blevins, Mr. Derek Smith, the Arbibs, all you guys. Thank you all very much for coming on board. And I know that you're looking to do some more stuff, and hopefully we can get together and see a lot more of this happening. But a bigger arena, not many sixes today. So we had some grafting cricket, a lot of singles on offer, having to be had. And in the end, the two top teams played quite a tense game. But cream coming to the crop. Franklin Stevenson Academy victors 4 wickets over UWI here at Cave Hill.